I'm just gonna wait till people show up. I see two viewers. Hello, welcome. I'm just gonna wait till people show up. I'm just, having an existential crisis like I always do, and I'm like, well, maybe I can go talk to some like-minded people instead of go crazy all by myself. So, thanks for being here. If you want to come on and talk about whatever you want, that's fine with me. The link is right there. Let's get schizo. Yeah, that'd be great. I think Schizo's a cool guy. Hey, Sunset. I always enjoy reading your comments. But yeah, the link is there if you want to come on and talk. So I'll just wait for a little bit. In the meantime, anyone in the chat have anything they want to talk about? Go ahead. I'll see what I can spit out about that. Do you know Schizo? Like, can you have a way of talking to him? You are a delusional old man, Josh, but your depression makes us happy. Well, as long as someone's happy, that's great. That's kind of why I wanted to come on here too. It's because I know a lot of you are probably in the same position I am. It's like, oh my God, here we go, another day of this bullshit. What am I gonna do? Oh, so you're welcome. Come on, Silk, and say that to my face. Come on, live right now in front of everyone. Tell me how much of a delusional old man I am. Please discuss this whole thing about finding one's way to the heart before death. Oh man, I don't even know. That's the thing. It's like, what does that even mean? What does it even mean to find one's way to the heart before death? I guess for me personally is to realize that this place in any and all ways is trying to deceive and pervert your true essence, so to say, for lack of a better word. And ever since you were put in here, it's been working overtime, day after day, second by second, minute by minute, to fucking torture you and to fill you with all these perversions and just delusions and depression and negativity and hopelessness and despair. And yeah, that shit's gonna happen here because that's what this realm is. So I guess it's it's easier said than done, but that no matter what, you know in your heart what's right and what's true, and Even if this world wants to gaslight you and tell you, "Yo, you're just delusional, and this is just how it is," and, those things aren't real, to say, "No, fuck that. It's real to me, at least. If anything else, it's real to me." And that's the kind of world that I wanna be in. That's the kind of world that I come from. And then they're gonna torture you and tie you down and say, shut up, quit saying that. That's not real. Shut up, get in line." Hate, hate, and hate yourself. I don't know. That's just what came to my mind. I'm a lizard who wants. Wait, what do you think the goal is? Well, I guess I kind of just said that. But hold on, let me see. I have no. I am a lizard who wants to eat you. I have no reason to come on life. Well, you're not. How are you gonna eat me if you're online? Unless you're like spiritually like around me right now, sucking my loosh. Just by being here and causing suffering to other creatures and other people. Yeah. So the goal is to get you to think of yourself as evil, rotten, despicable. You're getting everything you deserve here because it's your fault. It's your fault the way it's your fault. Your life is the way it is. It's your fault for all of this. And no matter what you do or don't do, you're fucked and you're to blame for any of this. And that's why you need some outside savior, some God to save you. And how long do we have to wait for that? How many more um, killings and rapings and people losing their fucking mind that they begin to hate themselves before anything's done about any of this? It's its own being. It's like you're stuck in an evil world. No matter what you do or don't do, you're fucked. And if you say to yourself, "I don't want to participate anymore, so I'm going to leave on my own terms now," you're faced with, well, what does that really entail? What's going to happen? You have no real answers for any of this. People want to say that they have answers, but they don't really know for sure 100% because no one has died fully because they wouldn't be here. It could all just be a delusion. Um, it could all just be a delusion of them thinking they had some information, but really it was just another trick. So that's why you have to have um, personal dignity to say, no matter what happened or happens once I leave this place, I don't deserve this shit. No matter what I did, I don't deserve this. None of us deserve this. Whether we choose to wait it out till this life takes us or we choose to leave on our own terms, we have done nothing wrong by wanting to not participate anymore. That shouldn't that be a good thing? Shouldn't that be like the best thing ever? Hey, you don't want to participate in this evil world. Hey, that's great. Let's help you get out of here now. No, you don't get that, do you? It's just more of fear mongering. He says you could end up back in the same life at 83 and have to repeat it. Yeah, I mean, could, but he doesn't actually know that. I mean, what's the real difference though, really? In let's see, you said you're too afraid to leave. Okay. So if you leave when you feel you're ready to leave on your own terms, that's not good enough. We wanted you to keep participating in committing evil acts on a daily basis. And because you didn't want to do that, you said, "Hey, I want out of here." Now we're going to send you back. Unless it's some kind of unthinking, unfeeling, just machine that just processes. Oh, these are the rules. I'm just going to process you back. I can't think or feel or like relate to you at all. I mean, that could be possible. I don't know, but that's the only this causes the existential crisis because no matter what you do, no matter what you think, no matter where you turn, there's always some kind of fear-mongering that you're not doing it right, so you have to go back or you have to suffer through yet another spin on the wheel. Hey, Custos. Problem with that. I know that there's like personal attachments and people and love and all that stuff. I get that, and no matter what you do, like I said, no matter what you do or don't do, someone's gonna get hurt. There's always gonna be suffering. All right, I got someone.
On the outside. That's what I'm getting. That's what I've heard, right? That's what you said. Your life is good on the outside. Do you mean like you have a job and you have like all the conventional, like normal kind of things going on, right?
Yeah, like if you're a normal person, you would say, so what is wrong? You have all the things
Right. Okay.
that you're supposed to be happy with, right?
Right.
So
And
how could
you're saying that you're still miserable on the inside, and you
it's
don't
not that
know
I'm
why,
miserable on
or
the in. You're just gonna be a little more comfortable, you know?
yeah, or maybe even a bit more uncomfortable because I've got some responsibilities and other things, and so yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, so your point was that you can't tell another person what to do because you know that what's it called?
Didn't really work. My best friend, he went into a trade school. That was so I was able to save money, go to massage school, do all that, get out, and I got in some weird relationships. So it was, I mean, I'm gonna talk about it right now, but after all was said and done, I had enough saved up to start living on my own, all because of my life circumstances. Okay, you see that? Your life circumstances are totally different. A lot of people don't understand that. Oh, is this lagging? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? All right, I'm gonna try to change the mic. Hold on 1 second. I don't know why it's cutting out. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Is it still cutting out? I think y'all are messing with my head now. So some people say it's good, people say it's God. Matrix interference. Hang on, let me try to fix this. Okay. Matrix interference. What can we say? Our lovely friend, the Matrix, always fucking up everything we try to do. Everything we try to do that comes in with his little filthy little fingers say, "Oh, we're gonna fuck with you now." Hey, Pear, you want to come on? Okay, okay. Audio's good now. Okay, great. Well, I guess my little rant was over now. It was like, nope, we're gonna fuck with you to stop you talking. No, he doesn't want to come on. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'd stop yapping if you came on to yap for me. I'm kind of just holding space, you know. If you want to, if you want to hear me stop talking, then you got to come on here and start talking. I know. Holding the line. I mean, how many of you are just like every day you're like, okay, here we go again. Okay, let me what am I gonna do today? Nothing in this world interests me. Nothing in this world has any curiosity left. There's nothing I want to do. There's nothing I want to pursue. I just to do constant daily maintenance of the meat monkey and take care of its needs and make sure all my bills are paid and make sure I show up on work on time or or insert your personal own situation. But through it all, you're like, I'm really so tired. I'm so exhausted doing this shit every fucking day. You're just whining and complaining. Boo hoo. That's how I feel, man. And they won't let us go. That's the thing. They just won't let us go. It was great. I progress spiritually. Beer advances you spiritually. I did literally nothing today. I just drank beer, laugh out loud. You need more beer. I actually had a beer earlier. You know what? It felt pretty damn good. Oh, you're not a spiritual being? What do you mean? You had a beer? Yeah, sometimes you just need some fucking relief. For me personally, though, I don't enjoy being drunk, though. I don't drink until I'm drunk. I'll just, have a few, get a little, loosened up. Spiritual beings meditate on a mountain. They don't drink beer. Yeah, they're just up there sitting in a lotus position, all high and mighty, thinking they're actually doing something, while the rest of us are down here actually fucking suffering, having to go through this on a daily basis. And they want us to look up at the mountain and say, "Oh, please share your wisdom." And they say, "Just be present. My son, be present." You're like, "I'm tired of being present. Where's my fucking beer?" Being present in a torture hell realm is nothing that any real conscious being wants to actually do.
Hey guys,
Truth, what's up?
can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I hear myself.
Do you have it? Do you have it open somewhere besides where you're talking?
Wait, let me check. 1 2 1 2.
I don't hear any echo for me
Oh,
personally.
it's less now. Okay, it's weird. Okay, whatever. Hey, I just wanted to ask you, man. Like, what do you even talk about? Because it's kind of like it's all the same, you know. You just come up here and like, hey, how was your day? My day was horrible. Mine was too. And I really hate
Yep.
I hate the humiliation of flesh. Yeah, I do too, bro. You know.
All right, I'll see you later. Peace. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you're on here now, so is there anything you want to talk about relating to that, or
Well, I just came up here because I want to make some company for you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's really okay. You get to the point where all we're really doing is just fucking talking. We're just talking. There's nothing actually happening, you know. But it gives you some. It gives me some like solidarity at least. Like, hey,
Yeah, it's like
I'm not
kids
the
playing
only
in a
one.
playground.
What's that?
It's like kids playing in a playground.
Yeah. Hey, someone's echoing.
What's that?
I think Aju, are you echoing?
Ow, ow.
Someone's echoing.
Yeah, I muted him. Hey, you gotta fix that. Hello? Hey Jew, are you troll or are you for real?
PV is asking you to let him in.
Hey Jew, are you troll or are you for real?
I'm for real.
Okay. Well, you're echoing. Like whatever you're.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm new to this. How can I stop this echoing?
I'm for real. Okay. Well, you're echoing. Like whatever.
Philosophy vids, I can't connect you because it says you need to connect your microphone or cam before I can add you. Okay, you fixed it. Okay, we're
Am I
good.
connected? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, hopefully that wasn't me echoing. But
No. So we get to hear that the buzzed philosophy vids right now.
I mean, I'm not gonna talk too much. I just want to listen. So.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
Well, by the way,
It's fine.
Philosophy Vids, I was curious to know your channel. Can you send a link or something?
Yeah, I hit it a few months back, but I'm thinking about just on hiding it. But I honestly, I did that. So
Well, you can make them accessible via a link.
no, I mean my channel's hidden right now. So
Okay.
yeah.
Hopefully he comes back like a phoenix from the ashes, because I mean I really did enjoy your videos. They helped me a lot. So if that means anything,
Not much people to listen to, anyways.
but yeah, I get it because you're like, what am I gonna say? Like I've already said it a million different ways. So
It's like you can't even watch like slop like Mr. Beast and stuff.
I just wonder why there aren't more people. Like, are there really like 10 fucking people talking about this shit? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, they say there's 8 billion people and nobody is wondering what the fuck is going on here. Like, come on now.
Do you believe there's 8 billion people?
I mean, there's a lot. I don't know if there's 8 billion, but there's definitely in the millions at least. I mean, I see them driving around everywhere every fucking day. So
yeah, it makes you curious. It's like, okay, how the hell did we get to here? And we're the vast minority. Like, what is so different about us? I'm not trying
there
to
is
say like
something different.
we're like
I mean,
better
there
than
definitely
anyone,
is
but you know
something
what I
way
mean?
fucking different. I have no idea what it is, but it's yeah. I mean, I've been alone at least like in terms of like just doing my own thing for most of my life. Like nobody understands what the fuck I'm talking about. Like nobody cares. And then here I am, just rambling like an idiot on YouTube.
So
You know
aren't
what
we-
what else is curious? How did we even find each other through the cesspit of YouTube?
Spiritual synchronicity, Joshua. We're just meant to meet up and just discuss these things together because we're special.
But really think about it. There's like millions and millions of fucking just bullshit on YouTube. No one's ever gonna come across these channels. But
Well,
somehow
I had what 500 fucking subscribers. You have 3,000 or something out of 8.6 billion people. Like, come on now. Like, we're gonna end the Matrix, Joshua. We just need to keep talking. It's all gonna work out. We're gonna get those demons. We're gonna lock them.
hey,
in the abyss.
the more we talk, the more they're like, oh fuck, shut him up. I don't want to hear it.
Oh my god, Philosophy Vids is fucking exposing my ass. He's
Oh
fucking,
no.
it's all over now. We've been I mean, really though, like, okay. I mean, I everything I've discussed on my channel previously, whenever the fuck I hit it, like months ago, like I'm not lying about any of that shit, but at the same time, like nothing has changed since then. And is anything going to change a year from now? Probably fucking not. So I've sort of accepted that I know what's going on here. I know how the manipulation works. I also realize that like most people that I encounter on the day-to-day have no fucking clue what the fuck is going on. Like they're either simulation characters, they're caught in the Matrix, whatever, and there's a very, very tiny minority who know what's going on in terms of the evil agenda or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So, but yeah, I just talking on YouTube, this shit doesn't do anything. These demons aren't phased by us talking about them or whatever.
Yeah, because I've always thought, okay, they control everything, right? They control all the media. They control the social media. They control YouTube. They control every talking point. Okay. Why would they even allow us to be talking about this in the first place if it was doing something?
It's just
you know,
just a humiliation ritual, Josh.
yeah,
That's
they're
all
just
it
fucking
is.
laughing at us.
They're just laughing.
Oh, look at them talking this shit again. What are they gonna do?
Basically, that's how it goes here. It's just a gigantic humiliation ritual. Oh, we're gonna throw you a few breadcrumbs, and oh, we're gonna watch them follow the breadcrumbs. And god damn, this shit is so stupid.
Don't be pessimistic, guys. Just don't be pessimistic.
That's true.
Just look on the positive side.
I mean, here's what I go back to. I mean, no matter what happens to me, I'm gonna do what I can to get the fuck out of here. Any means necessary. And you know, I feel like we have helped people wake up to something at least, and just having the solidarity of like, hey, we're not fucking crazy actually. So I mean, at least we have that, right?
So, do you think most of the people we encounter on a day-to-day like legit like this experience? Like they're engrossed in it. They love it. Like what? Like
I think
you
a lot
like,
of them
you like
are-
being a slave, you like going to your little job, you like all this. Like, come on now. Snap
Yeah,
out of
I
it.
think a lot of them are self-deluded into thinking they like it, but deep down they don't. I mean, because there's a lot of miserable, like depressed people, and oh, if only they can achieve this thing, then they'll be happy. If only they can do this, then they'll be happy. You know, you're always living in the future of I got to do this in order to be happy finally.
So do you think those are like real consciousness, like you and me or whoever focuses on this, or are they're just deluded? They haven't perceived what we perceive.
It's really hard to say. I mean, because they seem like they're just NPC characters, but then
They
like
do.
when you,
I
but
feel like
also
I'm
when you-
surrounded by like 90, I'd say like 90% NPCs. I wouldn't say everybody's a fucking NPC, but like there's a lot of filler people in this reality who just
Fuck you, cockroaches. Fuck you.
like
there
like
he
him,
is. You.
he's definitely
There
one.
Fuck
he is.
you.
There he is, the rebel of
You
the
pieces
truther
of
community.
shit.
There he
Why do
is.
you- why do you
Fucking
do this?
losers.
There he
Why do
is.
you
He's
You
ready
fucking
to, he's ready to
losers.
fucking shit on all of
Don't
us.
talk over
Oh,
me,
he's
you
gonna
fucking
expose
losers.
us. There
Fuck
he is.
you.
There
Why,
he
why
is.
do you always
Fuck
constantly
you.
do this like an NPC character?
I'm
You
gonna-
can't break out of their script.
Stop
Like,
muting.
seriously.
I'm gonna
There he is.
answer.
Hey,
He's
he can't talk.
enlightened,
He can't
Joshua.
talk.
I'm gonna
Oh,
let
he
you
has no
in.
control.
Joshua,
He has
let
no
him
power
speak.
here. He has no
He's
power
enlightened.
here. Oh
He's
no!
enlightened.
Muting. Keep
Such a
being
powerful being has no power here.
coward. Keep playing demon games.
Dude, just leave me alone.
I'd have a conversation, but you can't do it. You're a coward.
Just
can't do
leave
it.
me alone.
You're a
Stop.
coward. You're weak.
Stop interrupting us.
Hey,
You're
I'm gonna
weak.
reach after you leave, I'm gonna reach inside.
That's why I keep doing this.
I'm
I'd
gonna
have a
reach inside
conversation,
your
but you're
head,
weak.
Sanity machine. I'm
You're
gonna
too weak.
reach inside your head, and I'm gonna massage your.
Goodbye, loser.
Brain. I'm gonna massage.
The
your
reason why
brain.
we don't talk to you is because we have self dignity and respect for ourselves, not to put up with your bullshit. It's called boundaries. Now, please leave us alone, but you're not going to because you're a scripted character looping and looping and looping.
He's enlightened. He's one of the most enlightened people in this world. He
Yeah,
sees
he's
every single demon. He sees everything for what it is. And he
Yeah.
just is here to expose all of us. Relax, Joshua. He's a good guy.
yeah, you know, he actually wants to be God.
Yeah,
He wants people to worship him.
he does.
He loves misery and suffering. He loves demonizing real, honest people. Huh?
He does, but he's not a demon.
Seems like he's part of this realm to me.
Oh, he does.
But he loves us talking about him, so let's move on now.
Yeah. We've given him his 10 seconds of fame.
Yeah, now he's gonna clip this and play it on his channel now.
Oh, good for him. I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh wow, you exposed us. Woo! We're so mean to you.
We're demons.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, so for me, okay, I've dealt with these people all my life. I have them in my family. And all you can do is remove yourself from them. And that's it. Put up boundaries. And they hate that. They hate they have no control over you. They hate they have no power over you. Boundaries, leave me the fuck alone. Done. They hate that. They hate it. So yeah, back to our conversation. Yeah, it seems okay. So we all have programs and scripts of our human character. Okay, so you could say that we're also an NPC, but we have this added awareness on top of it to observe and see
what-
and realize,
What
like,
is the
wait,
dynamic that's going on here? Do you think it's like, okay, you got the majority NPCs, you got those with the added awareness, and then you have this demonic consciousness manipulating those who have the added awareness? I know it sounds stupid, but like that's kind of the reading I'm getting on this reality, but I don't know for sure. So there is like a malevolent intelligence that is manipulating us, and then there's a majority of people who don't have the awareness that we have, and then there's us. So like, what's your reading on what's going on?
can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Okay, so the way I'm looking at this, there's almost like three, and I wouldn't say, I mean, it's not black and white, like there's just three states of consciousness, but the way I view this is there's like a global demonic cult consciousness, if you will, that is manipulating us. And out of the so-called 8 billion, a majority basically are just part of this reality. They can't perceive what we perceive. They don't understand any of this shit. And then there's us, which is a vast minority. I don't know what percentage. I don't know if it's 10%. I don't know if it's 1% or less, but it seems this whole thing is geared at manipulating those who have the ability to perceive what is going on here. So what's your view on this? Is that how you look at this, or do you look at it totally different? Did you get the question or no? Was that too confusing?
Sorry, my mic was muted.
Oh, okay. Speak up.
For me, I like to have everything on the table. You know, I like to weigh all the options. Okay, are these people NPCs? Are they not? Why are they manipulating us? Why does it seem like the vast majority are just programmed by, you know, all the social media, all the news, the government, the indoctrination? Are they getting downloads so that their script can carry out what they want? And then we're just stuck in the mass of all the NPCs. Because, okay, so you know that the world right now, they're allowing all this immigration into all these countries. How did they get all of these people to show up, 40,000 of them, at the same time to invade Spain? Have you heard about this?
Yeah, I saw the videos.
How could they amass so many people?
It's a hive mind.
Orchestrate. Exactly. Okay, exactly. There's a hive mind that the vast majority of people are under, and they can dictate and control, like little pawns, what they want to do on the world stage.
So most, quote, humans at this point, I'd say, are being controlled or at least influenced by some sort of a hive mind where they're just being puppeted around. And they don't, they think they are doing what they're doing because that's their own thoughts, but it's not the case. Is that what you think?
Yeah, of course. I mean, because it happens to me too. I mean, I'm not immune to it. It happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
And I can realize in myself that I have a lot of programs and scripts that are running that are telling me to do things that, oh, this is how a human should behave. This is what a human desires and likes and should, you know, run after and achieve, you know? But it really takes someone who is like really, I don't know what to call it, but just to be like, wait, why is this reality for me? Like, this is my consciousness? I don't think so. This doesn't seem right to me. I feel like I'm being puppeted and controlled to do things, to believe things, like be on this side or that side. So whether they're actually NPCs or they're just programmed, you know, lost souls, it really doesn't change anything because they're still following the script and the program of the Matrix.
I think they're basically like a part of this reality. And we, for whatever reason, have a level of awareness that can see beyond what they can't. And I can't explain like why that is the case, but I mean, that's been my experience for my entire life. So I trust my own perception and insight over, you know, whatever this place tries to gaslight me into thinking.
Well, do you guys think that they feel pain? Because I know it's like one of the core beliefs that the Prison Planet community has is like most people can feel pain, but like I've been thinking, if NPCs don't have souls, how can you suffer if you don't have a soul? You know what I'm saying? because they can respond to stimuli, but I can program a robot to respond to stimuli. That doesn't mean that they actually feel pain. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's very true. And see, these are some questions that people want to shy away from. I think about this all the time. But okay, here's the thing. That doesn't mean I'm going to treat other people like they're that. But
Yeah, of course.
yes, I mean, that's something that should be considered. It's possible, very possible. But it seems real to me when I see it, you know? It seems like they're actually agonizing and suffering, and they put on a good show if they're not. But this is something that we just can't really know here. So for me, I just act and believe that they are real people. So I abuse them or do something, or think of myself as higher. Oh, I'm higher than you because you're an NPC. So that means I get to, enslave you and treat you like shit. And I don't care if you die. I don't care if you suffer. That's just my perspective.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a nice cope for me because my sister have been born recently, and they got her the shot, if you know what I'm saying, and she's being fed formula, and she's having like stomach aches almost every day, and she's crying every day. Sometimes I'm thinking just like, maybe she doesn't really have a soul, maybe she doesn't suffer, and it's all good, you know.
I mean,
But it's especially brutal when she's a kid and she's a baby. She's defenseless. You cannot do anything, and my parents are not listening to me because I have no authority. And yeah.
I mean, for me personally, I think in situations like that, I think that it is hard. It would be hard to think, okay, this is a real being and they're suffering. Oh no, I'm just gonna think they're not. I understand that's like a code, but I feel like in my heart, in my essence, like that kind of suffering and that kind of torture, even if it's simulated, it shouldn't even exist. It shouldn't even be like making you have that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
It's just this place will make you crazy going through all these different theories and conspiracies. So I guess for me personally, I want to view everyone as real people. That just gives me peace of mind, so that I don't trivialize their own suffering. And if it's not true once we get out of here, then okay, it's not true. At least I didn't treat them like shit, though.
I mean, I want to believe that everybody, has some sort of a spirit or a soul or whatever you want to call it. But my experience with this reality is that, like, there are people who are absolutely nothing like us, like just a totally different consciousness, if you will, and they don't have empathy, they don't have compassion, they whatever you just described about caring about people or whatever, they don't have that. So for those air quote people, I've said they're not really people, and some people might say, "Oh, you're demonizing humans. You think, no, it's not it." I mean, I've said this reality is basically a simulation. It's a perceptual deception. It's nothing like we're perceiving it to be. It's a trap. So all those perceptions that we've been downloaded with, that everybody's the same, we're just humans, we're living out our life. Like, I understand that, and I agree with you. Like, I'm not trying to harm anybody because I'm saying they're an NPC or they're not like me. Like, I have no interest in doing that whatsoever. But what I am interested in is perceiving the illusion, seeing how this reality relentlessly manipulates us into thinking it's something it's not. And basically, like I said, like this reality is just nothing like we perceive it. So your perception that everybody is the same or everybody experiences this place in the same way, it's just not, it doesn't align with what I've experienced, if that makes sense. So
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, I don't think we all experience life the same way, and obviously there are differences in people. And I mean, believe me, I've met a lot of people, and I'm like, is there anything going on inside your head? Like, seriously? And I've met other people, I'm like, you're so maliciously evil. How can you be a real spirit? You know, I've seen it all. I've seen it all, so I totally understand that. And it makes me wonder. So if this is a simulation, right? And you know, I've talked about how there's so much shit in this world that doesn't seem like it could possibly be natural cause and effect. That would also mean that all the people could also be part of it as well.
I think like
Oh,
if I had to estimate, like the vast majority of people are basically simulation characters. I can't prove it, but my intuition, whatever you want to call it, basically has gleaned that we're a vast minority of people who can even perceive this level of whatever the fuck is going on.
yeah, I totally get that. Because if
No,
you're
but
ever out and about in your daily life and you see all the people that are surrounding you, you're like, there's how can all these people have real actual lives and have no like spiritual awareness
They,
of any of the things that we're
they
aware
don't
of?
question any of it. They're just going
Exactly.
along with whatever this is. It's like I don't know, it's like a pull of like information or like programs or whatever you want to call it that is just driving them. And they don't know why they're doing what they're doing, but they're just doing it. They don't question it. This is human life. This is the world. This is reality. Just shut up and just go go along with it. Get with the program, Joshua.
Yeah, here's something I was thinking about too. It's like, okay, so you have all these third world countries, right? And they're living in complete shit and agony and misery and suffering. Yet they still are having kids. Can you explain that?
Not really.
well, I live in a third world country. Maybe I have a bit more insight on that.
Okay, yeah, can you explain that?
A lot of people just, I see that with my parents also, because I have one sister who's 14 and another who's like a newborn, and I'm the third child. Well, I'm the first. I mean, I'm the oldest. And what I've noticed is that parents just kind of ignore the suffering of their kids. It's like, it's really weird. It's like the feeling of empathy towards their child who's suffering is really dulled down, because well, I'm seeing this every day. When my sister cries, my parents kind of like not ignored, but they smile and like laugh, and they're like almost mocking her because of her suffering, not in an evil way. Like they don't want harm for her, but it's like they just don't notice that. If your baby cries, it's not normal. I think that might be the case for the third world countries, that they just ignore their children's suffering.
That's terrible, yeah, because I mean, I don't know the condition where you live, but I'm talking about like real shitty places, like where children are starving. Like there is literally trash everywhere you look, and people are still bringing children into that kind of environment without thinking.
Look up the population growth of like Nigeria per year. Look at it. I bet you it's like 20 million growth per year or something ridiculous like that. Like 20 fucking million. Think about that. That's a lot of people. Like that's just one country. Like I don't really know what to think about that, but like are all those people And I'm not demonizing anybody. I'm not saying like anybody's less than or whatever, but like that's just a lot of fucking people who are being born into a typically extreme poverty, extremely bad situation. So like, what did they get a fair chance? Is there any chance that they can see what we see? Is there any chance that if this is a game of like we're all stuck in some sort of a perceptual trap, can those people get out of the trap, or are they all just simulation characters? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it kind of reminds me of like Christianity. They're like, well, if you don't hear the word of Jesus and you're not saved, then you're going to go to hell. That's why we have to have all these missionaries to go out and spread the word. But it's like, but some people are never going to actually hear that, no matter how hard you try. So what you're saying is they're just throwaways. There's no real purpose for their life. They're just going to be thrown in hell without any fucking chance of anything. So it's kind of like similar to that.
They have like a 1% chance of like seeing Jesus, or they were the good one who saw the light in the third world country or whatever, like Afghanistan or India or Nigeria, where Christianity is in the predominant religion. Like they have like a 1% chance of being saved, and all the Christians in the U.S. are just like, yep, that's how it is. That's just how it is. Like, it's fair. It totally makes sense. I'm like, you fucking psychopaths. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
It's so ridiculous. I heard this one preacher say a while ago that someone asked this question, and he said something like, well, I have faith that God worked through all the people who went over there, and if they just passed by a pamphlet that said Jesus on it and they looked at it and that was their chance, but they just, if they just decided to keep walking, then that was their chance. That was their chance. I'm like, that's so fucking ridiculous.
That's evil as fuck. When you really think about it, like, that's fucking evil as shit. It's like you get one chance to like look at a pamphlet. If you don't have the spirit of Jesus or God or whatever descend upon you and awaken you, then you're gonna burn in hell for all eternity. Like, what? What the fuck are you fucking talking about? Like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, so that's why for me, when I think, oh, if I get reincarnated, I'm not going to, because I'm gonna fucking stand on that shit. But hypothetically, if I do, what if I get sent to one of those countries where I have no fucking chance of anything,
What if you get reincarnated as a evangelical preacher in the South?
Oh no.
Joshua's gonna join the enemy. I mean, who knows? Like, I mean, you don't know. Like, if reincarnation is real, you could get reincarnated as somebody who's anti-truther or whatever.
Yeah, that's the bizarre thing, because everyone has like their own scripted like meat monkey characters, life path, if you want to call it. What if that was yours? What if they want to fuck with you so bad that, hey, we're really pissed off at what you did in your previous life, so now we're gonna make you somebody completely different and be totally for the Matrix. And you got to break out of that somehow.
It's all scripted, Joshua, just like Philosopher Newport said. It's all scripted, and it's going to be super nice as soon as we die.
Yeah. I don't know. I just can't fully...
Hang in there, buddy. It'll all make sense as soon as the meat sack drops.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, what's up? Hey, I got to use the bathroom real quick, so y'all go ahead and talk.
What's up?
Hey.
Just, I'm a little out of it right now. I just got done cooking for my son. Ground up cow with some potato chips. No, French fries, excuse me. So I'm really tired. Anyways. Yeah. It's fascinating how you have to kill something in order to live. Would that be your design? Would any of you choose that? If you were the creator, would you choose a place where you have to kill other living things in order to survive?
Is that a genuine question or a rhetorical one?
That's a genuine question.
Oh, fuck no. I mean, I think we all here have the same answer to that.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Makes you wonder about this place. What kind of a creator would actually create this? Even if the creator actually created it. Let's say God is
It was
nothing like,
Lucifer. Lucifer created.
or maybe so. Well, let's say when it comes to the Abrahamic religions, let's say they're absolutely 100% wrong, which I believe they are. And that their whole concept of what the creator is like 180 degrees opposite of what it truly is. And what if the place that we're living in is created by a being, Lucifer, the Demiurge, some kind of evil being, or beings, the Archons? How did we get tricked to come down here? How did we get fooled? I think that's an important question, at least for me.
I've speculated that we agreed to, or at least synced our consciousness with another reality, and basically our perception was hijacked. And we are tuned into this reality. So it wasn't like sign here, you have to consent to come here. It was basically a hijacking.
I know I didn't agree to come here. I'm totally convinced of that.
So your perception was hijacked, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I've concluded.
I was promised something that was the complete opposite of what it really is here.
I'm back, guys. I'm back.
Therefore, whatever created this place is what's responsible for all the pain and suffering, first and foremost. Would you not agree, Joshua?
It's Lucifer. Lucifer did it.
So I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
I'm saying that whatever created this place and tricked us to come down here is first and foremost the one that's responsible, or ones that are responsible for all the pain and suffering and misery that's here.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're responsible for every evil action that anyone ever does, actually, as well. So if you want to blame a human for doing something evil, it's because of you. So it goes back to you.
So it's a classic case of blaming the victim. So what kind of beings are these things? Or entities, or whatever the hell they are?
Super fucking psychopaths. Super.
Hey, I'm gonna set Scales Dom is in the back. Aju, do you want to talk, or do you want can someone else come on? Or Custos, are you back? I'm gonna give it 10 seconds before I
You can
have to...
solve the sound problem somehow.
Yeah, I think your sound's messed up, Aju, because I can still hear the echo. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of Custos unless you're still here.
Mark, cassette, go.
All right. All right, someone else is on here now.
What's up?
What's up, set?
How are you guys doing?
Another
We're doing-
lovely day.
We're doing.
That's good. You know, I think last time I was on here, I said something, and I didn't realize that you guys were anti-cosmic, so I thought maybe it might have sounded like a jab, but I didn't mean it. I think I said something like, this place is bad because people desire it to be so. Yeah, I didn't mean that towards you guys. I wasn't aware of your positions until after the discussion, really.
So you say it's the people. It's our fault for desiring it to be the way it is.
Well, I
Yeah,
think I half agree with that, and I can bring an example that how the voters, for example, choose the president, and then the president makes their lives worse, but they still voted for them, you know. In that way, I
Well,
can agree.
that's where I disagree because everyone is selected, not elected, and plus all the indoctrination from the media and social engineering basically programs people to believe lies and falsities. So really, I mean, because if a lot of people really believed in the whole 2020 thing, and people were fucking terrified, I don't blame them because that's what they were saying on the news 24/7. You know, so really, it's not really the people's fault. Yeah, they should be self-aware, but it's like it's the manipulators, the deceivers, who are social engineering the population to vote for them, to think their vote actually matters. You know,
Well,
so that's
Joshua, there's very little evidence. First of all, half the voting populace actually votes, they say. Of that, there's no way to prove who actually voted for whom. There actually literally is no way of proving that you're voted one way or the other. It's very convenient, don't you think? That you would blame the populace, even though we don't choose this, we don't select who will run for the president of District of Columbia. Somebody else does. And then we're given the false dualistic opportunity of choosing one of two. Very Hegelian, isn't it? I argue from the evidence that I've seen that nobody's voted ever counted for anything. And that makes a lot of sense in this realm.
Yeah, it's like a reality TV show.
Pretty
I'd like to expand on Joshua's thought here that you can then say that no one is to blame for anything. Then, if you like Richard Ramirez is not to blame that he was a serial killer because he had a traumatic childhood. You know what I'm saying? But he still did the serial killings.
Yeah, but I'm saying if people believe in a false paradigm, a false reality because of a hierarchy of power that rules the world, can you really blame them? Or should you blame the freaking people in power? I would blame the people in power before I blame the population who are unaware.
well, you say they're empowered. So the question is, what empowers the people in power? It's all the people who do what they tell them to do.
It's a global cult that
Yeah.
the so-called governments and everybody thinks the governments are different, but they're all being
something-
controlled by the same force.
Or something outside the physical is controlling them.
Yeah, demonic entities, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're orchestrating evil, they're bombing the shit out of people in mud huts in third world countries. Well, that's basically what a demon would do. So it's safe to conclude that those who are puppeting the governments are demons. And if you do that, then that's you. But I tend to think that evil fucking spirit beings are puppeting shit in this reality.
Here's the thing about demons and angels or any of these spiritual entities beyond our realm. They interact with us based off of what we do in the world. So the only reason that we have these demons in these places anyway is because we're basically opening like a gateway to allow them to come and do these things in the first place. If it's demons, that's how it would work.
But shouldn't it be part of the software, some kind of strategy that would be given to all of us so we actually be able to make a fair and knowing choice and whether or not we do these acts in order to bring them upon us?
That is a great question, because we do have an inherent software that allows us to know the difference between right and wrong, because across every civilization and culture, universally, they recognize that certain actions are wrong for various reasons. And these actions are always the same across cultures, no matter what type of regime.
So what happens when the person's avatar is malfunctioning and it doesn't work properly and they can't recognize what they're doing is evil or is feeding the beasts or the archons? And so what about then?
So psychopaths.
Because there's an awful lot of people out there that seem like they're not very self-aware of what they're doing. You know?
Most people are brainwashed and not born that way, but there are people who are born that way, and they're called primary psychopaths. They are incapable of primary emotions and empathy.
The inner levels of the cult, if you want to call it that, they're super psychopaths, basically. So any empathy, compassion, whatever that you think you have, they totally fucking lack it. So that explains how they do what they do. That explains how they hijack human perception with this fucking fake ass simulation that I've talked about. And that's basically what this reality is. It's perception, deception. And I'll stand on that until the day I die.
Yeah, ever since you were born here, they've been warping your psychology. Everything, they've been warping and manipulating and deceiving you since you were born.
I know some people criticize David Icke, but he does, I mean, I'd say like he's on the right track for sure, at least with uncovering how the force that manipulates this reality operates.
Well,
I just dropped a link if you want to look at it. But.
Something extreme happened to the Ramirez brothers for them to want to kill their parents.
But there's people who have been through genocides and other terrible things, and they didn't do that. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's
something happened.
Even those extreme cases, those are just the cases that we're kind of presented with in the public. We're not. You don't see the people way back in the shadows who are pulling the strings.
Always.
But yeah, I think we should take self-responsibility and accountability for our actions. Okay, don't get me wrong here. But some people, they're just there are some evil motherfuckers out there. Okay, whether you want to call them demons or just a malfunction, just pathetic excuse for a human. I don't know what to call it, but I mean, there are evil fucking people out there. And most of them are in the control structure of this world.
The thing is, Ramirez are people that will be punished in this realm by others. But many of those, there are like Ramirez, are blessed, are raised above and put in positions of power, or have in the next life when they're resucked and come back here, they'll be put in positions of power. So
because they're part of the control structure that has been set up, that has actually created this reality to entrap expressions of consciousness. So they're all in lockstep. They know what's going on. Make no mistake about it. The inner levels of this control system, this evil consciousness, this conspiracy, they know exactly what this fucking reality is. They know what is going on. They're manipulating it. They're pulling the strings. And they want you to believe everything is random. They want you to believe all these theories about how it's just everything's by chance. You know, there's some good people, there's some bad people, but that's just how things are in this reality. Everybody, you know, some people got the bad luck of the draw. That's what they want you to believe because they're fucking feeding off of our fucking energy. That's what this reality is. It is, I know it's cliche, but it's a loosh farm. They set up events that basically trigger low vibrational emotions.
So, do you think do you think they are just people, or do you think that it's actually spiritual beings beyond human control
They're spirit
or
beings.
thought?
They're spirit beings beyond human understanding, but they're not human. If you could say they're like another race, that would be correct as well. But they're spirits, they're fallen angels, they're fallen spirits that basically set this reality up. It's a perceptual trap. It's an
Okay.
information field that human awareness is decoding into a fake reality that it thinks is normal. They think human perception thinks this is a real world. It's absolutely nothing like we think it is.
So the whole universe is fake, or just
all
like
fake.
the
It's all fake.
systems?
The so-called universe is a fake simulated reality.
And I assume it's in control of the demiurge.
It was
Who wrote
created
the
by
Archon.
yes, it was created by that force that the Gnostics called the demiurge. It was created by demons. It was created by basically this demonic consciousness.
So this is like a Sethian version of Gnosticism. I would be more of like probably closer to a Valentinan, which views the universe as an expression of God, and the earth has been hijacked by systems, which are the demiurge. And these systems are false beliefs, and these spiritual things that you call demons or higher entities are just our egregores that represent our collective desires.
So, what is the universe?
It's a information field we're decoding, basically.
So, what the manipulators, those who are brainwashing us, what they call the universe, how close is it?
What do you mean?
Well, they say the universe is a bunch of different galaxies and planets and suns and all sorts of stuff. It's like physical, trapped in a bunch of space.
So that's how we decode the information. We decode it into the perception that this is a vast fucking universe when in reality space and time do not even exist. You just decode that perception, it's information you are perceiving. That we are on a dust speck in a vast universe and it's just a void. It's just there's all this dumb shit floating in nothingness. That's what they want you to believe. They want human perception to perceive this reality as an isolated bubble. We're just on a dust speck. Nobody's out there. Nothing.
Okay, let me ask you
We're
this.
just in an infinite void.
Let me ask you this, okay? So we're trapped in this space, right?
We're
That's
perceptually stuck right now. We're not.
So
infinitely stuck.
where do I as a being begin and end? Where am I beyond this place?
You're
How
a
long
point of-
have I just...
your actual self are basically a point of attention that emanates from infinite awareness. As soon as you assign a label, no, I'm not that, Philosophy Vids. I am a man, I am this, I am that, I am this label, I came from here, I did this, I did that. Then you're slapping labels onto yourself. You are an expression of infinite consciousness. How you ended up here, I can't say for certain, but you did. Your point of attention did. Your perception did. That's what you are. You are an expression of infinite consciousness who had its point of attention hijacked by this force I discuss. And how they did that, I suggest it likely was a form of technology. So I've said this reality is an information field. Think of how a computer decodes Wi-Fi. The body decodes the simulation field.
Okay,
So-
I have another question, okay? So we exist in this infinite realm of awareness. But you say that we're emanated from it. So do we exist within it eternally, or do we come about it as some sort of after effect of something?
What do you? I guess by after effect. What do you mean?
If we come about it by some sort of after effect, and we are not inherent to the infinite awareness as the being we are, then we are not eternal.
No, you
And
are
who-
inherent to it. That's basically.
Okay, so then there's no emanation.
No, you are inherent to it, but as an infinite being, you limited your point of attention to experience another reality. And
So
basically,
there's the
your
emanation.
action point, I would suggest your point of attention was hijacked. With this, basically, this force that I discussed knows how consciousness interacts with some of these construct realms. And they projected this reality as an information field into your consciousness. And basically, similar to how a computer decodes Wi-Fi, human consciousness began decoding what I've called a bad copy simulation. And you came here as the result. So you are an expression of that. You didn't, there is no point that you didn't exist technically. But within infinite reality or whatever, unfortunately, this possibility, this reality apparently was a possibility because it exists.
Okay, here's my next question. Okay, when you exist within this infinite consciousness, are you in control of yourself, or do you have agency or thoughts or any sort of an awareness as an individual?
I would say yes, you do from that perspective, but this force knows basically how some of these construct realities exist, and because they can't technically deceive an infinite being, they can only deceive an infinite being who has limited its perception to a construct reality. And at that intersection point is where I would suggest this hijacking occurred. So I know that doesn't make complete sense, but based on my reading of the situation, that's basically what happened. You limited your perception to experience one thing, and the hijacking occurred at that intersection point. Because this force, they understand.
So how do we reverse it? How do we reverse it?
Consciousness understands how these realities work.
So if we limited our perception, how do we reverse that?
You reverse it by expanding your perception of what is going on here.
So how do we do that?
You do that through information in regards to what this reality is, what is going on. Basically, you perceptually unfuck yourself.
So how do I mean? If I were to try to gather some of this information, how would I go about doing that? I'm just honest questions. I'm not trying to be a jerk or just ask.
No. I mean, it's a good question. I mean, I can't really say how I've done it. I can't really suggest to other people, oh, you need to do this, you need to watch this video, you need to read this book. Basically, I've expanded my perception to a point where I can see that we are being manipulated through the manipulation of our consciousness, through the manipulation of our perception. That's how this is working. That's how our consciousness is being held here. And beyond that, at this point, I can't explain to other people beyond that how this is working. So I can't tell you need to listen to my video. I mean, you could. Maybe that would trigger an expansion of your consciousness. I can't say for certain. You could read this book, you could do this, you could do that. But
So
that's how this is working. It's a perceptual trap. That's all I can say.
right, most of us kind of recognize what you're saying, but the thing is our desire is to escape, to leave this place, never to come back. And so it's just strategies on how to go about doing that.
I'd say the strategy is basically to see how our perception of what this reality has been manipulated. To expand your perception beyond what you've been programmed to believe this reality is and what created it and why you're here and who you are and what this fucking nightmare is, that is an expansion of your state of consciousness, actually. So when the body dies, whatever you want to call it, like bodily death, however you perceive that to be, your perception will have expanded to a point where you are not in a state where you can be manipulated to basically come back here. And the vast majority of people, when they die, when the body dies, they are not in a perceptual state where they can see how they're being manipulated. They can't see it. And so they are manipulated to make a frequency connection with this reality again, aka reincarnation, and their ass comes back here because they have to learn lessons, they have to do this, they have to evolve, they fuck up the great big plan, yada yada. There's always reason. So I've heard all the reasons. So
I have a question.
why do you have to do all this? Why? It doesn't make sense. I shouldn't have to do anything. I should just tap my heels and I'm back to wherever. No, that the reason why we have to do this is because our perception was hijacked. There was no consent at all.
I have a question because earlier you said that we chose to come here, and at the intersection point between when our essence,
you didn't choose to come here per se.
you
chose. So what I basically
said that we chose to become physical in some point, and during that transition we got hijacked.
So basically what I was saying is what we have been calling the human, air quote, human world is more or less a bad copy. It's an information field that this demonic consciousness, this archontic force, basically took an energetic blueprint and created an information construct. They basically hijacked human perception. So what I said was, you limited your point of attention to experience prime human reality. At that intersection point is where this so-called fall of human consciousness occurred, where this demonic force projected this reality. It's a waveform information construct. You can look into quantum mechanics. You can see how the observer is basically collapsing the wave function. None of this shit is solid. You just perceive it, yada, yada, all that shit. It's at that point, this demonic force basically knows how expressions of infinite awareness interact with some of these construct realities. And for whatever reason, they hijacked human perception. They created a fake fucking reality.
Okay, but what gave them the authority to hijack our consciousness during this transition if it's
Nobody gave
metaphysical?
them the authority, but they basically...
Well, there's a huge problem there. If no one gave them the authority, then that would mean that they're just out there
what gives evil? Here's a
against
question for you.
God.
What gives evil the authority to do anything?
The people who allow evil to rule over them.
Okay.
That's my point. So if no one gave this thing the authority to hijack us, how is it
Well,
doing
if
the
somebody
hijacking?
commits evil, is that the responsibility of those who didn't commit that act to...
Well, I mean,
did they allow it, or is it on the responsibility of those who carried it out?
You're presenting it as if it's this like omnipotent force that can just hijack spirits at its own will.
They're not
Those
omnipotent.
spirits are completely innocent.
They're not omnipotent. Think of this this is a pigeonhole in infinite reality. It's an infinitesimal perception. They hijacked human perception.
How is what I'm asking.
I've said they projected this reality. It's an information construct.
Okay, but how are they getting us into their projected reality? What are they doing at the transition point?
Somebody's typing all this shit down. Who's typing?
Yeah, hey, who's typing?
I don't know.
What's going on here?
Somebody's
Not being-
furiously typing everything I'm saying.
Not being vegan. I think that's you. Who are you? I'm gonna kick you if you don't stop. No offense to you. Say something or I'm gonna have to kick you. All right. Bye.
All right, well, if we get back on the topic, if there's nothing giving this thing authority during the transition period, then there's nothing that's hijacking us. Because nothing that anything can do over us as an individual can be done without our authority, especially in a metaphysical place.
So, I mean, you can think that you're doing all this. Are you doing all of this? It's your fault. That's what you're telling me. You did this. Nobody gave. So stop complaining. Stop whining. Stop crying. You did this. There was no evil involved. You did it. There was nothing. There was no hijack. There was no demons. There are no devils. There is no evil.
Not at that point.
They have no power.
Not at that
you gave
point.
them the power, and you did it, and it's your fault.
If we want to understand where they come from, we have to analyze the points at which a human being can actually give these things authority over themselves. And it's not at this
transitionary manipulation of our perception. I've said it.
Yes, but that doesn't happen during or before this transition.
Okay, so you are saying that you came here and you are participating and you did it all.
At what point do they start?
Did you come? No, answer my question. Did you come here and you are doing all of this, and that you gave? There is no authority.
I don't really know what you're talking
and you've
about.
done it.
What are you talking about by I'm doing all of this? Doing what exactly?
Well, you're asking me who gave these entities authority, and I'm telling you they hijacked our perception. I'm telling you there was technology involved. I'm telling you it's an information field, and you're saying no. How did they do that? I just told you how they did it, and
you're saying that
you're asking me how.
Okay, my problem. I'm going to tell you my problem right there.
What are
Here's
you
my problem.
saying?
Let me just tell you real quick my problem. What you're saying is you're saying that beings can use technology to hijack spirits who do not give them their own authority.
Yes.
How?
Yes, because they possess an advanced form of technology that can basically.
That's not an answer.
So okay. Well, I can't give you an exact scientific here. Read this paper explanation of how they did it, but
you can give me
reverse engineer what you were implying, and what you were
explain some type of myth.
What you're implying is that all of us collectively did this, and that everybody is accountable.
Yes,
we all agreed to it.
Who else is accountable? I mean, I know. First of all, I don't even know what you're talking about. You just keep saying we did this, we did this. Did what?
You came here, right? You chose this. You did.
Yes. Yeah, I would say that I did choose to come here to do the things that you were talking about, which is grow and develop spiritual characteristics which are going to last eternally.
Okay, so what?
I would disagree that I did not choose.
In Gaza, what are the children in Gaza learning when they get blown to pieces by bombs?
Pain, misery, and suffering.
What did they learn? What lesson did God teach?
Pain, misery, and suffering.
What did he teach them? Answer the fucking question.
Pain,
misery, and suffering. It has nothing to do with demons hijacking our perception.
Answer the question.
Period.
Answer it.
It has to. Sounds so.
I'm just asking you. I've never heard anybody answer it. Answer it. What are they learning?
God is experiencing, and they are experiencing, getting blown up by immoral people as the world sits back and watches.
There you go. That's what I wanted to hear.
Well, yeah, that's the reality.
God
and listen to what I said.
Child
listen to what I said before you cut me off. Did you hear what I said before you cut me off? While the world sits back.
I did, and I just annihilated your argument.
No, you didn't.
I've done a trillion times before with a bunch of other clueless idiots.
Okay, let's let him set scales. Okay, say what you want to say and let him say what he wants to say. And then
spit it out.
PV, you can say what you want to say after he says what he wants to say.
No amount of evil on the earth can ever account for human beings at the spiritual level getting hijacked and put into a place of evil. He wants to say technology did it, I'm asking him to demonstrate how, and he points to babies getting blown up by Israel.
Your move, PV.
I mean, I'm not quite sure what he's saying, but what he's saying is, oh no, that could never have happened, and those babies who got blown up by Israel consented, and they totally chose it. And clearly, God wanted to experience being a helpless child who was getting blown up by bombs. And there was no perceptual hijacking, and there is no spiritual evil, and there is no demons, there is no devil. Those children are guilty. They wanted that. They wanted that, and the benevolent God chose them to be a victim and to get blown to smithereens, and they deserve it, and they wanted it. That's what you're saying.
All I heard was you didn't understand what I said.
All I heard was you didn't understand what blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Mental gymnastics. I've done this on every live stream I've been on. There's always been one person who wants to challenge me, and they disappear up their backside with stupid fucking excuses about what is going on.
Nothing stupid I said. You literally said you didn't understand what I said and followed it up by a bunch of moral virtue signaling.
No. You said you don't understand how a benevolent being, a human, a spirit could have their perception hijacked. Therefore, that's not a possibility. Therefore, those spirits who chose to be a child in Gaza or wherever, Rwanda or wherever, getting blown to pieces or hacked to death with machetes, chose it because that is what God wants. Or it's okay because hashtag reason. Okay, tell me then.
I didn't say it's what God wants.
Tell me.
I never said it's what God wants. I say it's what we desire. It's collectively what humanity desires.
The bad humans did it. The bad humans.
Yeah, and the people who empower them. And you want to blame demons who hijack our beings at some point when humans have no agency over themselves at all.
Psychopathic demonic entities are in fact manipulating and controlling this reality, and they are orchestrating half of this shit.
Okay, now demonstrate how that proves that the human soul was hijacked at the point of transition between spirit and material.
What do you mean demonstrate it? You're here.
There are books written about it.
You're perceiving this.
Here is not a reason.
Testing. Can you hear me, Joshua?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Let's let the guys finish their conversation. I'll add later on.
All right. Is it possible that maybe you wanted to do this, but other people didn't? So, like, for your situation, like, you wanted to come here and do this, okay, it's fine. But like for the children in Gaza, or for like someone like me or everyone else here, we're like, we don't really want to do this. Is that a possibility in your framework?
Oh yeah, I know lots of people who don't want to do it, like antinatalists. I regularly talk to them and they get it, or I should say they are pretty similar to your views. The thing is, though, that we're a spiritual being who's having an eternal experience going from moment to moment. And this is just another one of those moments that will come and pass where we will learn things and experience things.
I don't know if you've listened to my channel. But I actually encountered these fucking entities. So I don't care what you have to say.
That has nothing to do.
It has everything to do with this. And I'm just telling you, I don't care what you pontificate about or whatever thing you think of or whatever. Oh, this is going on. These entities don't exist. I don't care.
I never said that. I never said the entities don't exist. I'm telling you, they do not hijack our spirit.
They hijack our perception.
And you're saying they do it at a point before the human being even has perception.
No, I'm saying they did it at a point. No, I'm saying there was another reality that you would consider prime human reality, Eden, whatever you want to call it. At that point, the hijacking occurred by this non-human force.
So you think Eden doesn't even relate to the earth?
No, even though that was the actual reality. This is a fake reality. It's fake.
Okay. But you say that we chose to transition and then got hijacked. So clearly it's not fake because there's still agency involved on our part.
No,
But you're just saying that this hijacking was the only part that goes against our agency to things that we didn't even give authority to.
I mean, you could say you yielded your consciousness or whatever you want to say to experience this reality. Can't technically disprove that, but I'm telling you, based on my research, what I've experienced, this reality is basically an inversion realm. It's a fake fucking reality. It's basically just an information field. Your point of attention is decoding into all the fake perceptions you're telling me right now that you think this is. It's not that, though. It's not that. It's not about that. You didn't come here to learn lessons. You didn't come here to evolve. You didn't come here because you, this demonic force I talk about does in fact have the know or the understanding on how to hijack realities. They do. They do. They exist.
Okay.
This scale of evil does in fact exist, and it's operating in this reality, in fact, created it.
I don't deny that evil exists, and I don't deny that there are beings, not humans, which are psychic in nature, that hijacks the attentions and the actions of humans. But those are basically, I'm going to say they're egregores, which are formed by our thoughts and beliefs. And
I 1,000,000,000,000%. I get it. I get it. That's a cute theory. I 1,000,000,000,000% disagree with you.
No, your theory is the cute theory.
No,
actually. My theory
it's not.
is way more
You have zero understanding what we're actually dealing with. But I do. I'll pat you on the back.
I get it, because this is exactly also what Hyperborean wisdom's all about. They talk about the traitorous Sidha who hijacks other Sidhas and forces them to live in this world to empower himself and live off of their energy, right? This is what they think. This is what Thetian Gnostics think. I know what you're talking about, okay? I do. But what you're talking about completely destroys our agency as a spiritual being, because if we can just get hijacked at such a critical moment of transition, what does that say about me? That my subjective experience means nothing in the grand scheme of things is what it means.
No, it doesn't mean that. It just means your point of attention was hijacked for an infinitesimal blip in the scale of infinity. That this long-ass experience and this horrible fucking reality. I mean, I'm not downplaying the evil that has gone on here, but it is an infinitesimal blip. You had your point of attention hijacked. You're perceiving this fucking fake-ass fucking shithole reality, thinking it's real, and you're trying to justify it because your point of attention was hijacked, and you don't understand how that happened. And you don't understand the force that did it. So you're still justifying all of it. That's all you're doing.
If you're pointing to things beyond human control, I would say you don't understand what it's all about.
No, I actually encountered said force, so I do in fact know. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
No, your anecdotal evidence does not support. I'm not saying that you didn't do this or that. I'm saying that does not prove that the human soul is hijacked at the moment of transition. That's the same dude. He's got the same black screen and everything.
Hear me typing?
Hey, are you a real person? What's going on? Like, why are you doing this? All right, I don't know why people have to do this. All right, it's a riveting conversation, y'all. It's riveting. I'm emotionally hooked.
Oh yeah, I think it's cool too. Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
look. I'm not like this. I appreciate you pushing back on my ideas. I'm not trying to like dominate the conversation, but I'm just telling you how I see it, and that's that this reality, this scale of evil does exist. Why it does exist, I don't know. I don't know who allowed it. I can't say for certain. I don't justify it. I just know that our perception was hijacked. I just know that everything we've been told about this reality is false. It's all fake. There is no reason. There is no learning lessons. There is no, but I chose this, and we're just We're just, snuggled up in here with a bunch of demons, and we're all buddies. We're all having fun. They occasionally do horrible shit, but it's just yin yang. We're all having fun. Bullshit. I'm not buying it anymore. I'm seeing through it.
I get your point, but the thing that I always point to on my channel is that there was a time period for many thousands of years when human beings were not demonic. There were no demons or things influencing us to do bad things. We were in full control of ourselves. We respected life around us, and we lived symbiotically with nature.
And then what happened?
And then we got
an outside demonic consciousness hijacked human perception and reality.
I would say it's complicated, but I would say that happened entirely within this reality. It didn't happen outside of it.
Sure. I mean, it could have been. I mean, I've entertained both ideas. There might not be another human reality outside of this. I've entertained both. This could be a fake reality, or this could be the original reality that was hijacked. Either way,
it
was hijacked by a demonic consciousness that is orchestrating all this chaos and war and suffering and whatever. There is in fact this force in the hidden that you can't perceive that is orchestrating things, and people need to realize it. It does exist. There is a scale of malevolence and evil that defies conventional human comprehension. They are super fucking psychopaths. They're evil as shit. This does exist. That is basically what I'm saying. And whether they just hijack this reality, it's the base reality, or whether it's a simulation, don't really care, other than I know that this force exists.
Yeah, it exists, but I think it's entirely human-made.
I disagree. I don't think it's human. I think this force is non-human. That's why they fucking hate humans. They hate human reality. That's the motive. That's a big part of the motivation. If they were human, they wouldn't technically do what they're doing. So it's a non-human force. They
certainly don't look human.
They can't technically be regarded as like you and me. That's all I'm gonna say. So they're not human.
Okay, let's just assume they're reptilians. Okay, I still think that they're beings of the earth, whatever they are.
They're not. They're an outside consciousness.
They absolutely are. And in fact, because it's really, to assume they're humans is really the least amount of assumptions to make. And it makes complete sense when you align it with the myth of ancient Mesopotamia, which is what I always look to in reference. Basically says there's this group of people called the gods. The gods came along, they gave people all this technology, and in demand, they basically treat people like...
Congrats, you just described the global demonic cult.
Yes, and it was started by people.
No, it was started by the demonic cult. It's an outside consciousness that can't be regarded as human.
It was people who understood that they could communicate with their own egregore, and eventually built a machine to manifest it, which is basically the black cube of Saturn. It's an analog AI designed to manifest or contain the egregore of the ancient gods. And they eventually merged with, they are the Anunnaki, basically, like the Enlil or the NT. They're people.
So they're not human. They're
no, they were human.
So, gentlemen, I like to take this a little different route here. You're bringing up the egregores, and from my research and my observation in this reality that I am in, Jesus is one of the most perfect.
Hello? What happened? Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, Cooler Ice wants to talk about something, but I'll give y'all like a few more minutes, and then
I just want to bring up this egregore stuff, because Jesus is one of the perfect examples of what an egregore is. A thought form that billions of people have created with little to no evidence of it ever existing. So Set, you keep bringing it up. What's your take on that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I was kind
We're
of
talking about egregores and
Yeah.
thought forms. And for my observation and my research, Jesus is one of the perfect forms of this egregore. What's your take on it? Because there's little to no evidence of a Jesus ever existing. The story that's in the New Testament, if you really study the Old and New Testament, they contradict each other, and that it's about what happened in the first century and has really nothing to apply to us today. Yet billions of people believe wholeheartedly that Jesus has intervened in their lives and that Jesus is coming back to save them. And they're going to save this place and make it a perfect place where there's no death. What's your take on it? Or anyone's, for that matter. Can you
If
see
you
what
say
I'm saying?
Jesus, if you
Yeah.
say Jesus is an egregore,
Yeah.
then how come there is no utopia in this world if people have manifesting power? That whole deal with manifesting your perfect reality is bullshit. If that was the case, then who's Buddha and all the other teachers, so-called teachers? Are they also manifested through us?
Well, these are thought forms. So first of all, as we're talking about thought,
That's what I'm talking about. Thought forms.
think
You
it's-
said thought forms, but then again, where are the positive thought forms
I think
that have an impact on reality? Where are they?
I don't see anything good when it comes to this Jesus thought form egregore at all. I think
No,
nothing but destruction. I see families being destroyed, communities, all cultures, thousands of them.
My take on it is I actually am kind of at the point where I think it is entirely possible that the so-called good God and the bad God has mapped the so-called good God onto itself. So it's playing both roles, basically. And it's doing that through religion, and it's doing that through belief systems and whatnot to basically control both sides. So it's playing the role of, oh, just I'm the good God over here, and then I'm the devil over here. It's basically puppeting both sides.
I think that aggregores in and of themselves are neutral and dependent on the desires and beliefs of the people who form them and what they're doing with the beliefs. That's what determines the aggregore.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a bit. Just to
it's either that or this thing that they call Jesus is some kind of evil spirit. Because what people claim it to be, being the Prince of Peace, when you actually study the New Testament, it's the furthest thing from it.
But you need to realize the New Testament is written full of corruption. If you know your Christianity, you should know that there is a Septuagint, the Greek, the first good translation, and then you have the Masoretic translation.
but
that is done by
the original translation.
Oh, hang on.
Thing.
Hang on. The Masoretic translation, which billions of people believe as the primary Bible, has been written by, how do I say it without being the Jews, basically. Yeah, that translation is based on a language that didn't exist back in the time of Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was the Hebrew language that they claim it is didn't exist back in Jesus' time. It was already a dying language. So after 400 after BC, they introduced a new language. Well, basically that language is full of sigils. You know what sigils are? It's just their language that you can see, the written language, Hebrew, the modern Hebrew. But they claim that it existed like thousands and thousands of years ago. They also added a shit ton of misconceptions, deliberate lies, and they removed a shit ton of sayings that Jesus supposedly said. And I'm also wondering why you point out to Jesus, because you never spoke about Buddha or Krishna or any of these people, because I can see.
Well,
there is
I
no-
live in the United States, so this is the most predominant.
Yeah, I understand,
cult.
but there is a lot of hatred towards this guy. I'm not a Christian, by the way, but I can see the truth he was spreading, and I do believe he was a real person that came here. Probably, if you are a Gnostic, probably from the Pleroma to teach us the way out of this mess.
I
And that
don't
is
hate.
what
I don't hate Jesus because I don't believe it ever.
Yeah, you
this-
call him a
this
thing. You
this
didn't
thing
call him
never
a human.
exists.
You call him a thing.
Yeah, it's an egregore.
I
It's a
I think
thought.
Jesus was a cool guy. I mean, I don't have any disrespect towards him because he says a lot of good stuff. But I mean,
Yeah,
just the
but
whole,
people need to understand the background.
But he also
story,
says
yeah?
some,
There's
some
a lot
very
more
evil
going on.
stuff. He says stuff. He commands his followers to bring those who do not accept him before him and slay them before him. He
So
talks about
who says that? Is it the force
Jesus.
that I've discussed, or is it that force mapping itself onto the so-called good Jesus?
supposedly Jesus in Luke. I think it's Luke 19.
And that's easy to
28.
answer. Very easy to answer. If you go to a certain country in the Middle East, I need to be careful what I'm saying here. They spit on his cross. They spit. They attack Christians. They attack them. They spit in their faces. And according to some of their other books, yeah, I'm not going to name their book. They say he is burning in human excrement in hell. Yeah, that's how much they fucking hate this dude. For whatever reason, I know the reason. But you need to understand. You need to expand your understanding of why they hate this dude so much, And this is what that is also included in the Bible. That verse you just said was probably put in the Bible. This false translation to.
But it's your only primary source. So the only source you have when it comes to Jesus is the Bible.
No,
the
but
New
this
Testament.
was done by scholars, by the way. They can. There is. I cannot give you all the links or all the material, but it is there. Even according to scholars who know that the Masoretic translation is a fake language with evidence. Even the Dead
Right.
Sea Scrolls.
It says the same thing in the Greek. So
No,
the
in the
original
Greek.
translation.
No. If you put them side by side, the Masoretic translation and the first good translation of the Septuagint, which is not being corrupted, you see a shit ton of differences. What they removed and what they changed, and what they added in, a lot. Do your research, then you can
I've
spot the
I've
difference.
studied the Bible.
Then you should
for over
know.
a decade. I know.
Then you should know this stuff.
You know, it is true, Joseph. Arguing is a sign of weakness. It truly is.
No, it's the truth. I'm telling you the truth with facts.
Okay.
all right, Cooler Eyes. Tell us what you think the truth is, so that we can understand.
Now, anyway, I've heard PV talking, and he has a definitely good point, and I know him kind of personally under other name. I'll give him. I'm not going to mention my full other name, but it's Shadow 2011. We've been talking back and forth some while ago about his topics. So, yeah, he knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. I agree with lots of what he's saying. Maybe some minor points that I do not agree with, but overall, this guy knows what he's talking about, especially with the fallen angels and that technology can alter someone's spirit, and that's just also very easy to explain if you look at the worldwide, not only in America, Europe, Africa, Asian countries, where people have been abducted by so-called aliens or fallen angels. With their technology, they can, without the consent of the human, put your soul into another body. That's easy for them, very easy. And that's done through technology and through some form of magic. It's easy for them. If you look at the human nature, they use technology as well to bypass your free will with television advertisement, with subliminal messages. If you look at the Iraq, the USA war, they used voice to skull as a technology, which also bypasses your free will. The Iraqi army was ready to fight. Then they sent voice to
So
skull
what?
in
So
mass.
what do these? So what
Let
do
me
these
finish,
fallen?
please.
What
Let
do
me
these
finish,
fallen?
please.
What do these
Let
fallen
me
angels
let me
look
please
like?
finish my point, okay? Don't interrupt. All right. I'll let you talk when I'm done, please.
Oh, you're a very interesting person. You know that?
Yeah, I am.
You're
If
very
you talk,
interesting.
if you talk, I'll let you finish your story. That's how I am. Please do it also with me. Thank you. So with the Iraq War, they done it with technology as well, voice to skull in mass. The army was ready to fight, and then all of a sudden they heard the voice of Allah telling them to just give up, and they did, in mass. So the
Allah.
technology is there to bypass your free will easily. It's there. Anyway, I will talk more about the stuff. I mentioned it before, but let Michael Adams respond.
So Allah, so does that make you Muslim?
You didn't even listen to my story.
I heard a lot.
Why are you twisting my words? I give an
You said
example of voice to skull in the Iraqi
You
war.
mentioned Allah. I'm asking you, are you Muslim?
No,
So who is this Allah?
some other dipshit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know why you're asking this.
Did you brought it up?
I brought it up, but not as a way I believe in Islam. I give you an example with the USA government
are these-
with
what are-
voice
what-
to skull.
Okay.
You
so
hear
what-
that, right?
So
No, you hear that, right?
I heard that. I'm
All
going
right.
to ask. I'm going to ask you. What do these fallen angels look like?
The depiction with so-called humans with wings is not accurate. The more accurate version is they look horrendous. Many eyes, but that's a spiritual form. If you talk about a physical form, yes, they can change into a human form if they wish so. And plus, many religious books spoken about it, culture spoken about it, about these supernatural beings. They did exist, 100%. That's what I believe.
That's the key part. That's what you believe. That's
Yeah.
fair enough. You have a right to what you believe. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the truth, but just rather right to believe.
Yeah, just you and your egregores. Besides, the egregores are most powerful in the astral itself.
Me
When
and
you
my
conjure up an tulpa or an egregore, there at that state they're the most powerful. But yet you need to bring them along to the physical reality, which is very hard, and you need a lot of rituals, a lot of focus to actually manifest, if it's even possible, to manifest a tulpa. Look at a certain figure in a Buddhist region. That guy needed to meditate for a very long time in order to manifest this egregore.
You know, it's
It
interesting.
takes
It's
time.
interesting.
It takes time, dude. It's not easy.
interesting you brought up focus and rituals. Now, isn't that interesting that when it comes to Jesus, that there's been billions of people who focused an awful lot on the name of Jesus and have practiced an awful lot of rituals along with it.
Yeah, to some degree, yes. But those
To a
rituals
great
or
degree.
prayers
To a
are
great
given,
degree, I would say.
are given to us. Like I said before, much of what in the Bible has been spoken about Jesus, much, not all, of course, but much cannot be trusted.
Outside of the New Testament, I can't find anything that talks about Jesus.
What do you mean?
That's what I mean. There's nothing in the Old Testament that actually speaks of Jesus. There's a lot of people that claim it does, but when you actually read it and study it, you realize they're talking about individuals.
I think he's saying the Old Testament is a false god, right?
No, I'm saying that the Old Testament doesn't talk anything about Jesus.
It does.
Yeah, because it's
No, it does. It does, but not under the name of Jesus, but under his miracles, specific miracles. This
Those
is why,
miracles-
and this is why they
But it's not. It's
changed
not.
the Masoretic Bible, and they remove certain aspects where you can 100% recognize, oh, this must be Jesus, what they're talking about, because in certain scriptures in the Old Testament they spoke about the future Messiah, yeah, and that's what the Masoretic
They spoke
people-
about many messiahs. In the Old
no
Testament.
one single with a definite
That's not
way
what I
to
read.
recognize this is Jesus Christ, what they're speaking about. Okay, but like I said, this is why they introduced the Masoretic Bible, and they removed a lot of these future. I'm sorry, I'm not. English is not my native language, but future predictions about this Messiah, so-called Messiah.
This
or
is why
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
told. This is why I burnt the Bible 3 years ago.
Well,
It's because
that's your
of
choice.
what is going on right here, right now, and the arguing and that leads to nowhere, and how it never accomplishes anything. It was division.
Yeah, that's a new age.
Arguing.
That's a new age nonsense. You can debate, so you can show someone else, me or you or anyone else, that they are wrong. Just
Well,
do your proper research, because you
I
never
don't
mentioned the
think Nietzsche
Masoretic
was New
Bible.
Ager. I don't think
or-
Nietzsche was a New Ager.
We're not talking about Nietzsche. We're talking about the mistranslations. If you did your research,
That's what you're
you
talking.
said you did
That's what you
Yeah.
want to. That's what you
about
want
the
to say.
Masoretic Bible, you should know, man. You should know. You said
You
yes, but you should know.
That's what you want to bring it to. I'm not the least interested in the quote unquote mistranslations of the Bible.
All right, then you shouldn't talk about these matters,
Why can't I?
because you're just talking opinions. I'm talking about facts.
Aren't you?
I'm talking about facts.
Well, you haven't presented any facts.
Do you want me to look up facts? It takes time. I don't have much time. But if you want to, send me your email and I'll send you the facts.
No, you don't have to do that. I respect.
All right, then I offered you. I
explained to you.
Then
I
shut
burnt
up.
the
Then
Bible.
shut up. Then shut up. I offered you
It's fascinating.
links and
It's
facts.
so fascinating how
Shut
you're
up.
responding. Listen to you.
Of course, I offered you something in return, and you don't want to accept it. Fine.
This
But don't
is the
talk
power
as
of
if
this
you-
cult that everyone's under.
Well, what cult? I've never said I'm a Christian. I do
You're
my
still
research.
you're still under its influence. If you're that upset about me simply asking some questions and disagreeing with you, yes, you're under the influence.
So, I can see the truth that he's saying. Hate the world. Hate this world. Plus, we have also the Gnostic Jesus. I don't know what's your viewpoint on the Gnostic Jesus in the Gnostic scriptures.
I don't see any need for it all. I'm living in the present right now, so
You live in the present right now, so you're a typical New Ager. All right.
no. I think whatever happened 1,000 years ago, I can never prove it, and no one else can prove it. All I can do is live in the present right now.
All right, so then manifest some nice utopia for yourself if you can, or fly around, or
I
cure
never
cancer.
claimed I could do that.
No, I've
Okay,
never done it.
I have a
Just
question.
giving you
to it.
I've given you an example, because you said manifesting tulpas and this. Why don't you manifest something nice for yourself
When did
instead
I
of
say?
debating people?
I don't recall when I said manifesting.
Oh, you did.
When?
The tulpa. How can you conjure up a tulpa? It's manifesting, right?
A tupa.
Yeah, a thought form. You don't even know what a tulpa is.
Okay, a thought form.
You should be also ashamed if you
So-
talk about tulpas. If you
so-
talk about thought forms, then you should know what a
I
tulpa
can
is, and you
tell-
didn't know that. So where is your knowledge, so-called Mr. Big Guy, who thinks
Wow,
he knows nothing?
you're really responding in a very
Yes,
truthful
yes,
and
yes. I
very-
remember the things you would say. Don't debate me, otherwise. I know
Oh,
my
oh.
stuff.
Okay. I'm
Thank
not.
you.
Have you noticed?
Thank
I'm
you.
actually- have you noticed? I'm not really debating you.
Oh no?
No. I'm
Why
trying
are
to-
you asking questions?
I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, you're asking questions, and I know why you're asking questions. But never mind. Go ahead. But anyway, I'm
But as
Joshua.
far as
Yeah.
Jesus goes, when I was manifesting it, it was because I learned about Jesus. I focused heavily every day for over a decade, read the Bible numerous times all the way through. In fact, online I read it twice all the way through, and the New Testament 6 times all the way through, just online. I was praying to Jesus every day, asking for his salvation and his help. And I have to be honest with you, none of that happened. Except that it helped me occupy a decade of my life, and it helped not focus on my own personal reality. On
Did that
to
happen?
abandon my own personal
Go backtrack
responsibility.
for a minute. It did not happen. Salvation. Explain.
I'm still here.
Of
And
course you are.
there's no evidence to me believing in Jesus. In fact, no one can even tell me what heaven is. When you actually study the Bible, you're going to realize it doesn't talk much about heaven at all.
No. True.
It does talk an awful lot about hell,
Not the way people think.
especially in the New
Burn in hell. That's also nowhere in the Bible.
And I personally think that it's been used to keep us from recognizing that we're in hell right now.
So what is your idea of hell in a Christian way? What you thought was hell, like what billions of people believe?
Hell is here now. It's pain and suffering.
No, what Christians believe, and what you think, how Christians believe in the hell.
Well, at one time, and Muslims, by the way, believe this as well. It's eternal fire. That if you don't believe whether it's Allah, the most merciful, or if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to burn for all eternity in hell.
All right, so it's kind of similar.
But they don't explain too much about it. Now, Dante's Inferno expands upon that. But if you really look into it, they don't explain that much in either one of these texts what hell is or what heaven is.
So, okay, let me answer this. So right now I know that you lack understanding, because there is nowhere in the Bible where it speaks about eternal hellfire. Nowhere. Bring me a verse in the Old or in the New Testament where it's similar to what the Muslims believe, and there it states literally, you will burn in hell forever. Yeah, and always you will burn, you melt, and you will be resurrected and be burned again.
Right,
For all eternity. That's what the Quran is saying.
The most merciful God.
But yeah, but the Bible doesn't speak about. You said it's similar. Yeah, just like 1 minute ago, you said it's similar to what the Muslims believe. It doesn't, dude. You expose yourself. You don't have even an understanding. That nowhere in the Bible does it says you will burn forever in hellfire. There will be judgment and the second death. That's what they are talking about. The second death is potentially, I still don't know what it actually means. The second death means the death of the spirit. The death of the spirit. Because if God is loving, He will not throw you in hell forever and ever. For what? For just being a lustful person, being a criminal, or whatever. That's silly. He'd rather send you to
I agree with you.
No, but you said something else before that. So I know now you lack understanding, and the reason why you're spreading misinformation. You're spreading misinformation, acting like you know your stuff. You don't. So please, if you talk about certain things, make sure you get your act straight.
Well, how about you have the same accountability for yourself?
In what way?
Well, you've made an awful lot of claims, but you haven't backed up much of it.
I've offered you my claims, but you refused. I can't help that. You can laugh all you want.
How do you know I refused anything?
Because there are witnesses here on the chat. Joshua, if he listened, and PV, if he listened. I offered you to send you the facts.
This is the reason why I abandoned all this stuff.
Facts to your email, and you refused.
And I abandoned all this fanatical stuff.
I sent you the facts.
I mean,
I wanted to send you the facts, and you refused.
Can you listen to yourself?
No, I answered your question.
Well, yeah. Can you listen to yourself and how you're behaving?
Yeah, I answered your question.
What are you guys arguing about?
I have absolutely nothing idea except that he's apparently thinks that I'm a bad person.
I never said you're a bad person. I said you lack information.
And that you're a hypocrite, and that I'm a misinformation agent.
Yes, you do. You do.
All that's this amazing stuff.
You do, because one example, it's clear as day. You said that the Christians, according to what the Christians believe what hell is, you will burn forever in hell, just like what the Muslims.
Actually, it's interesting about Christians. They debate. Some say it's not. Some say it is. The point was to point out that there's hardly any information about hell or heaven in the Bible. That a lot of this has just been made
You're
up.
lying. Because just moments ago you said the
What?
hellfire burn forever in hell.
I'm
like
never
the
going to
Muslims.
win with you, dude, am I?
Just
I'm
like the
never
Muslims.
gonna
Nah,
win.
I have to bite because you don't get
You
away
have to
with your
bite
lies.
because there's
I
something
have to
else
bite.
going on with you.
No.
Okay. How about this? How
You're
about
just exposing your fucking lies,
like
man.
how about this? Cooler Ice. So who do you think Jesus is? Tell us who you think Jesus is.
Yeah. Tell us who the big scary Jesus in the sky is.
In your personal opinion, like who is he?
My personal
what-
opinion, I think if you look at the Gnostic perspective, he might be sent to us not to save this world, because fuck this world, it's completely corrupt. He came here to spread his message. Even if you don't believe in the real person of Jesus, just believe in his teachings. He showed us the way out of this mess. Yeah, if you look at the Gnostic Jesus, even the mainstream Jesus, that's my opinion. One man. Maybe he was straight from the Pleroma, as the Gnostics believe, and he came down. But it's also has to do with physics. Something changed with this reality when he came down, and the enemies, if you call them archons, fallen ones, the demons, they know who this guy is. He has tremendous power, tremendous understanding, tremendous wisdom. He came down to show us the way out. That's why before he was born, they acted in killing a shit ton of children in hopes that one of them would be Jesus. There is a lot of hatred for Jesus, and I'm not a Christian, but I'm contemplating, because from my research for a very long time, I see a lot of hatred. Yeah, God fucking Jesus Christ. God damn it. You don't hear things like fucking Buddha or fucking Krishna or fuck damn Allah. You don't hear those stuff. And it's worldwide, by the way. It's not something only in America. And I start thinking, why the hatred? Obviously, I can see the lies that is being spread by the mainstream Christianity. Like I said, it's linked with the Masoretic translations, which is packed with lies from a certain group of people that I won't mention anymore. By now, people should know who I'm talking about. That's my.
The Jays.
Facts are there. They spit on his cross. They spit on Christians.
Okay,
they attack Christians in their so-called chosen country. They attacked them in mass.
Here's my question to you. So, what did he teach us to do in order to get out?
First of all, that's something I'm starting to research, just like with Turn the Other Cheek, which is also a kind of a mistranslation. I need to dig deeper in that. But the most important things, we all are born with the 10 Commandments. So he said, honor the 10 Commandments. And those 10 Commandments are not bad in any way. Don't steal, don't kill, don't lust after someone's wife, etc., etc. I believe we are born with those 10 Commandments, because otherwise there would be no difference between an evil scumbag and a good-hearted person. Even if these two persons have no religion, they know instinctively inside what is good and what is bad.
So what about all the good people who don't follow those 10 commandments? And there's an awful lot of good people who don't follow those 10 commandments.
I just answered it. Even you are born with the 10 Commandments, and without even believing in Christianity or any other religion. Otherwise, how can you distinguish between someone is good or bad?
So I was born with it already in me, this whole idea about having no engraven images of God.
True.
Was I born that way?
How?
Really?
What do you mean?
Well, you said we're born with the 10 Commandments already in you.
Yes, if you're a real
Why
spirit.
don't we try to think about this from not such a rigid perspective? Like, okay, like I get what you're saying. Like, I get the whole Jesus. No, he came down from the Pleroma to liberate us or whatever. But I can't. When none of us can say for certain what he did or didn't say, and because mainstream religion has been obviously corrupted, most of it is useless. So let's try to establish what we do know. And what we do know is this reality is being controlled by evil. And I'm not gonna look. I mean, my idea is I don't give a shit if anybody does or doesn't believe it. I'm just, as somebody who has encountered it, I'm basically just telling you this is how it operates. This is what is going on. Take it or leave it.
Yes,
I
I
don't
know.
really-
I know. I've been talking with you personally, not under this name, but you were gone, AFK, probably. But I do know you via emails. Do you know me?
No.
Well, my other name is Shadow 2011. Maybe that will light something up. That's my other
Yeah.
account.
Yeah, I don't remember.
All right, never mind. I can send you later on another email. We've talked about Derek. You know who Derek is. I don't have to mention his name.
Maybe
Well, we talked.
maybe we talked a long time ago.
Yeah,
Actually, I do remember. I do.
Yeah, that's me. That's me, by the way. So yeah, I acknowledge your information. You have a lot of things that is correct, and yeah, I can see it. Your fallen angels, but the fallen angel is also something more in line with the Christian perspective, so to speak. The fallen angel, they do exist. I believe 100% they exist, and you probably know about the Lucifer fall. Yeah, something that happened even before the humans came. That's what they call the war in heaven. There was already a war back then, even before the humans existed. And yes, Eden is corrupted completely.
So what I'm saying is, like, basically, there was this consciousness. I mean, we can talk. You can call it a fallen angel. You can call it demons or whatever, but there was this consciousness that basically fell, if you will. So what does that mean? They fell down the frequencies. They fell down into a state of consciousness that was basically disconnected from what I've called the infinite field. And because they were basically severed from that due to their own state of awareness, they needed outside energetic sustenance. And so they basically sought to hijack construct realities. They needed outside energetic sustenance, and they zeroed in on human reality for one reason or another. I can't say for certain, but this reality is basically an energetic farm for this demonic force, is what I've been saying.
100%. I agree. 100%. It's yeah. Back then there were the EGG watchers. They had a task to watch over so-called humanity, but they didn't. They lost it. Came down. Had created for themselves probably physical bodies, and then had sex with the females. And people always wonder, how is it even possible that these females can bore giants? Well, if you look at the kangaroo, if you look at a baby,
So
look how small a baby kangaroo is. It's a
So-
tip of your thumb, literally the tip of your thumb, and it grows to a kangaroo that is taller than you. Let that sink in.
yeah, I don't know if like they.
It is a possibility. I'm just saying.
It's a possibility. I'm not.
If you look at a kangaroo, you know how small a kangaroo baby is. It's a tip of literally of your thumb, and it can grow up to taller than you. If you look at an Australian red kangaroo, gigantic kangaroos.
So
Gigantic.
I think actually this force, like the inner levels of this demonic cult that I've called it, they basically have like a dual information field. So they project an outward human field that we are decoding into, okay, this is a human, but there's actually this people like David Icke might call them reptilians, or other people might call them something else, but they are being steered by this fallen angel demonic consciousness. They basically are fallen angels incarnate. So it's a consciousness. It's like a self-aware virus that has basically infiltrated this reality, and they've basically it's like an organized global cult, global web, however you want to think about it, that is orchestrating a lot of the, false flag events that we see, all of the strife, all of the wars, etc. And they're basically steering human consciousness towards some sort of an assimilation. So that's where this is going. That's what all this AI control is. That is what this AI actually is. Is it basically like an extension into matter of this consciousness? So this force that some have called demons, fallen angels, ultimately they are basically like a super advanced form of artificial intelligence. They became that. If they weren't that before, I can't say for certain. But I'm not saying Chat GPT is a fallen angel, but I'm saying it's like an extension into matter of this control system that is being orchestrated by this demonic force from this other dimension. And basically, it's being used to manipulate human consciousness and human perception. So it's meant to make a frequency connection with human awareness, wherein perceptions, thought patterns, etc., can be fed to human consciousness, and basically human consciousness becomes assimilated into this fallen angel consciousness. It's an
Yes.
assimilation.
Yes.
They are trying to assimilate human awareness into the fallen angel mind, basically.
To add on that, they've done it before, right? The flood, for example, before the flood, basically all humans were abominations because they were genetically transformed by the fallen ones for a specific purpose, which I'm rather not go into, but they're doing it now again, as that's what they say, as the days of Noah. They do it again. So how are they doing it again? With what happened in 2020 with new technologies, CRISPR, which basic understanding is manipulating DNA or add synthetic DNA into our bodies. The poisoning of our food, it's for a purpose, and the purpose is, which I came across to people who've been abducted. So abductee stories. Their purpose, according to what they have said, is hybridization of the human race. They want to stamp out. I thought it was impossible, but they want to stamp out our spiritual connection, so to speak, whatever you call it, Heavenly Father or the Source, it doesn't matter for me. But they want to sever that connection. And how? They want to extinguish love, empathy, the will to research certain things. They want a human race that is not capable of those things. Right now, as we speak, they've been doing this since, from what I gather, since the 40s already. These fallen angels or aliens, whatever you call them, they've been trying to understand the human spirit, which in my opinion, they have a really, really hard time. But they are gaining momentum right now as we speak. And they've designed humans, but with alien DNA or fallen angel DNA, and they let them loose in our streets, and you won't even recognize them. In the beginning, you would have had an opportunity to recognize because they have certain attributes in their face, and you would say he or she looks very weird, But now they've perfected it, and they keep going, and I think they are ready for the new line of humans because they want to get rid of us, the humans that do have a connection with spirit. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking about this stuff. Even the normies have a certain degree of interest in these type of topics. They want to get rid of us. I don't know when, but they want to get rid of us and introduce a new type of human. Tesla has been talking about this with the stupid mind implant, brain implant, is there to control your
So think
mind
about this.
and
Like,
spirit. But do you agree with that? What, because you had a discussion with another guy here about technology has the way to influence a spirit. I think that was the discussion, right?
yeah, I mean, clearly,
Yes, and I've explained there is 100%. I've said in during abductions they can, without your consent, they can transfer your soul into another body. And many independent abductees talk about it. It's not like a group of shields and angels saying the same thing. No, even from Africa, they will tell you, yes, my soul have been transferred in a cage, and I couldn't escape. Or they transferred my soul to another body, so-called clone, which is also a lot to talk about. That topic, cloning.
But with the technology, with the technology that they have now, they don't need chips. You know, if there's, with the Internet of Bodies and Internet of Things, they've nanotechnology. They will be able to do it that way. That's what they claim, at least.
Yes, but from my understanding, there is a direct link between your genetic DNA and your spirit. From people in between lives with hypnosis, time and time again, they say if you're going back, you have to go back to a certain bloodline that you always have been reincarnated into. It has to be a same blood type, same DNA. Otherwise, it won't work. So there is a connection between one's DNA and the spirit. Let's for example, real short. If for example, I'm just saying, if you're a black person and your previous reincarnations were also black, the only difference is you become either a male or a female. But you cannot say, no, this time I want to be an Asian. No, this time I want to be a white person. They will say, no, it cannot be done. You're now linked with that blood type. The angels will tell you that the blood is the life force. In other words, is the spirit. It contains the spirit as well. So that's what I came to find with the connection between technology and then DNA and blood. It's all there. You just don't have the time to really go deep into it. Because I wanted to talk about something else, which is also, which is something that not many people have been discussing about the astral reality. And I came to realize that, oh shit, this might be even true. And I don't know if you wanna hear it or not.
Sure, let's hear it. Let's hear it. We talk about it all the time here.
Think about it. Like how many of these entities are there? Like, is it?
Yes, I want to answer that.
Hold on. It sounds like a stupid question, but really think about it. Are there 10? Are there 100? Are there 1,000? Are there 100,000? The way I think about it is, it's more or less a single flow of inverted consciousness, and these quote entities emerge from this single flow of consciousness as quote demons, and this single flow of inverted consciousness is in the process of assimilating human consciousness into itself. You can't think of it as, oh, there's 5 entities, there's 10, there's 100 of them, and they're all in a. No, that's not how this is working. They are entraining human consciousness to sync with their frequency, and ultimately they are in the process of assimilating human awareness into themselves so that humanity becomes an expression of them. That is what this is. That's what this reality is. That's what the whole simulation I've been discussing is this process of assimilating human consciousness.
So, PV, what about like think about etheric parasites instead of demons?
Well, they are parasites. They are energetic parasites, that's for sure.
Etheric parasites exist. Yeah, astral spiders, certain beings that latch onto your back. You don't see them because they're etheric, but they are there. They definitely exist. But these are not really intelligent. Their task is to make you feel miserable and have something linked to those in command in the astral. That's their purpose. They are bots, so to speak, bots. They have a function. But anyway, I also want to in part answer what PV said. This is what I came to gather about Astra comes from what he claims, and from my research, I think he's a trustworthy source. He has done a shit ton of astral traveling. So here's what's going on. They promote ideas. Go out of body, please go out of body. You will encounter a lovely utopias, beings that you can befriend, and all that mumbo jumbo. Many spiritual channels will promote that, especially the bigger ones. However, if you do your research, you also see a substantial amount of people tried it, yeah, but with no success. No, zero success. They said, I've been doing it, I've been following their techniques, yet I cannot get out of my body. I've tried so many times. They tried lucid dreaming, cannot be done. Now, here's the thing what PV said, how many are there? Well, they know when you're about, before I continue, it's the same with near-death experiences. Shit ton of people don't remember jack shit. They just remember a black void. Well, if you call that a remembrance, but they don't remember anything. It's just a minority that can remember. And during a near-death experience, that they encountered beings, that they have been talking with beings, that they've shown other realities. It's a minority. It's not the majority. It's a minority. And I'll tell you why this is, according to, not to me, but from my research into this guy. He said, here's what happens. They, the enemy of mankind, do not have infinite amount. Everything they do in this reality costs them energy, a lot of energy, especially when they try to communicate with you. However, they can spot when someone is about to go out of body, or at least he's trying, or wants to do a lucid dream. They know. They have watchers. They're watchers. They're watching you, me, every one of us, even with limited numbers, because obviously they have technology on their side. So once they see a human that is about to astral travel, first they obviously they can read. They can read your who you are, from maybe from past reincarnations, what your thinking pattern is, and the most crucial thing is if you are an asset to their cause and to their agenda. If you are, they will allow you to get out of a body, even if it's a negative experience or a positive. They will allow you, so they can spread their message, which you can find also in the New Age phenomena. Bullshit. All of it is, most of it. I cannot say all, but let's say 90% of the New Age teaching is purely fallen ones or demonic. It's purely that, and yet people fall for it anyway. They have limited numbers. They can conjure up tulpas or thought forms, but these have no mind of their own. They're just there. You give them a task, and they will do it to harass you, to give you bad dreams, and all that stuff. They can conjure up a shit ton of them, but they have no mind of themselves. The enemy itself, they rather expend energy into someone, he or she, when that person can become an asset. So they can spread books, they write books, they make videos how wonderful it all is. It's basic a form of programming the minds of the people, especially the people that are seeking for truth. And many big channels will promote OBE. I wish I could remember the names. But they promote OBE and all that stuff. Get befriended. Of course, they're going to say there are negative entities to make it sound more truthful. But I will tell you, limited numbers. They have no energy to allow any one of us that try to get out of the body, whether it be in a couple of days, couple of weeks, or couple of months. They don't have that. They don't have the manpower. I'm telling you, they don't have the manpower. That's why they have to make it a decision who is allowed to get out of body. Then we have another way to get out of body is psychedelics. Have you ever wondered why psychedelics exist? It is given to us for a specific purpose. And you will see it in the New Age and in other spiritual channels. Oh, this will help you to gain to 5D or rise your frequency and all that mumbo jumbo. But it's funny that of all the plants that we can eat, of all the herbs that will help to have a healthy body, yet there is one segment of plants that it is called psychedelics, weed, LSD, ayahuasca. All of them have a specific thing to do, and that is get in touch with the other reality where the fallen ones reside, whether you call them machine elves, etc. Many people have used DMT, yeah, DMT, but at first they allow you, so they can spread the message. Oh, it's wonderful there with the abstract colors and
So
all that stuff.
cooler iced.
Yeah.
Have you were talking about the astral plane? Have you
Yeah.
been there? Have you been there?
Kind of through lucid dreaming.
What were your experience of lucid dreaming?
That was as a nightmare. I'd rather not talk about it. Only a couple people know about this. But I did not do astral, never, because I also never tried.
Okay.
I'm not interested in it because from what people said, especially the honest ones, they will not recommend you to go out of body. It's not a place for us yet. We are like children in that reality. We're like literally like children. You can go out and you can claim yourself, I'm a sovereign being. They don't give a fuck. Even calling out Jesus' name, Jesus, please help me. Many times it doesn't even work. Same for the alien abductions. And in other times it actually works. I don't know the whole mechanics why sometimes it works. Other times it won't work. But
Sometimes it
one
makes
thing,
it worse.
It's not. Yes. No, not worse. It
Yeah,
simply
well,
doesn't work.
that's my experience. It made it worse.
Oh, that can be. It can be. I don't know about your past, but I don't know. It can be. I cannot ignore it because, like I said, I'm not a Christian, but I'm contemplating because I'm researching, and from what I see, there's a lot of hatred towards this dude. But anyway, that's a topic. That's not what I wanted to talk about. But
And
this
just remind
astro.
you, I don't have any hatred toward Jesus. So.
Oh, that's good. All right, then, nice. But anyway, they have limited numbers. If you go by what PV said about the fallen ones, they have limited numbers. They have limited numbers. They need their energy, unless it's for an agenda. Then that human becomes an asset, and that's why you see they promote certain stuff about OBE.
They're like a fallen collective consciousness, and these so-called entities emerge from that Yaldabaoth mind, or whatever you want to call it, as so-called archons or demons. So I wouldn't say there's like a fixed amount. I'd say it's a fallen consciousness, a collective, if you will, that is basically trying to assimilate human consciousness.
Yeah, it's kind of both, but I get what you're saying. It is a collective, yes.
Like, I mean, because otherwise you're saying, oh, there's 10 demons. Oh no, actually that's not enough. There's 500 that are hijacked. Okay,
there are lots. There are lots of them.
It doesn't make sense. So,
but they're not with billions. Definitely not.
Yeah, it's okay. So there's not billions, but like, it makes more sense. It's just a fallen consciousness. There isn't a fixed amount. There isn't 10. There isn't 50. There isn't 2,000. It's basically a state of awareness that is in the process of assimilating human consciousness. And that's what this AI human fusion that we are literally in the midst of is. So while we speculate and talk about theories, that is in fact going on. And there is a connection with human awareness occurring with this artificial intelligence, and that artificial intelligence is being orchestrated from what some might call the demon realm or the demonic consciousness is rolling this out from the hidden into the seen in the form of AI. And that's what we are seeing on a global scale.
Yes, you can also add what you said about the there is also a hierarchy inside the demonic realms.
There is,
If
and
you,
it
if you go
the higher
to
entities, what you might call Satan or whatever, it's almost like a Borg queen or whatever. Like if you've seen Star Trek, like they
yes or no?
answer to that Yaldabaoth mind. They are extensions of it.
Yes, kind of. But from my perspective, there is a hierarchy, and there is also a Borg-like mentality. But the Borg-like mentality is privy to lower-end demons that many already know by name. The Grey aliens. They are a hive-minded species. They can also be used as a temporal vehicle for fallen ones to have access to the material planes. Temporarily, it's like a suit. So the Borg mentality, in my opinion, is more akin to lower end demons. They have basically a hive mind, while the real fallen ones, the demonic, have own. Each one of them has their own personal individuality, with all with skills and certain talents that they have. All of them have a specific talent, and they all have a intelligence, a personality, you name it. They're individuals, but they can access the hive mind, so to speak, because of their drones. The gray, or maybe even the mantis, or even the so-called reptilians. They're all from the same enemy. I don't believe they are from, like what you said. Maybe this is the only reality, this plane, and the second heaven, and the third heaven, which we don't have access to at all. That's why even people that have no religious think pattern, like Christianity or Islam or whatever, some of them actually said, well, there is a boundary in the astral reality where you cannot go further. While some claim they actually did, and they said that is the real heaven. But for some reason, we are not allowed to go there. We are allowed to stay in the astral reality, which in itself can be extremely huge, like almost infinitely large. And then we have the physical reality. So
That's
we have
all. It's all part of this simulation. It's all part of this matrix, or whatever you want to call it, and it's all a perceptual trap.
Yes. Everything we in this reality is based on lies, traps. Even all the information that we
The
are
human
discussing
level
could be a lie in itself.
Yeah, I mean,
knows?
we might. I'm not saying we know exactly what's going on, but like as far as the manipulation goes, it's all perceptual manipulation, and there's this level, and then there's at minimum at least another level that people are going to where there's more manipulation, and they're being manipulated to come back here. Like people, I mean, you know, people can make an argument that yes, everybody chooses to come here. I have thought about it. I've considered every angle. I used to subscribe to that view, but like it just doesn't fucking make sense. And when you factor in that there's extreme evil and manipulation here, well, it begs the question, why would you willfully want to come here? Oh, it's just so brief. It's just so, you know, we're learning lessons. We're learning what evil's like. We're learning this. We're learning that. I've heard everything.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
It doesn't make sense. So it's a manipulation here, and there's manipulation when the so-called body ceases to decode this level of the simulation. And consciousness is being steered back in here over and 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 over fucking again.
Have
Like,
you
if
read
you
the
could
Journey
see
of
every
Oz?
single one of your other lifetimes, you would probably like scream in horror at how long or how many other lifetimes and all the other horrors that you have been through here, you would see the whole picture, but you're not allowed to because your mind is wiped, because the force which set this up, you're not allowed to see the other fucking lifetimes because it's a perceptual trap. Because if you could see those other lifetimes, you would be able to put together, oh, so that's what's actually going on here. We're being energetically fucking milked of our low vibrational energy by a demonic force who is constantly setting up events in a fake fucking reality. And we think that this is about learning, evolving, and growing and pleasing the Lord and leveling up. And we're all, it's all good. Hashtag reasons. There's always reasons. I'm tired of the reasons. No more. I don't want to hear it.
Have you read The Journey of Souls? That is pretty popular in a truther community.
Yeah, no. I
Never heard of it?
I've heard of it, but I haven't
All
read
right.
it.
Well, sometimes you will see that these in between people that are in between are coerced to get back to Earth.
You
to
see it in the
reincarnate again.
NDEs all the time.
All the time. But a good friend of mine, Lomik, thanks to him, he sent me a wonderful book, and that is. Some people say, well, then didn't talk about soul traps and all that stuff. Well, I've been reading it since 2000, but before that, I found a book which is super interesting, extremely interesting. A book from 1979, where they did scientific research into people that claimed to remember their in-between lives. I'm not even talking about Journey of Souls, but this one is actually more eye-opener. And if you want, I can read you one excerpt, and it actually, hopefully it will blow your mind, because, and anyone who's listening, it's actually straight in your face what these people said. Well, let me check. I have it.
Who wrote it? Bob Monroe?
One second. I'll let you know. I see a picture on Lomic's site. The book cover is their life before birth. Actual case, histories of astonishing journeys into life before. And then I'll read one excerpt only. I didn't, so I'm going to read excerpt from the book from one of these subjects. I didn't exactly choose to be born. I had to be coaxed and encouraged. There were some shadowy, hooded figures of older people advising me. I had a feeling of dread about the prospects of the coming lifetime. And the feeling was, oh, do I have to go through all of that again? When you asked if I choose the 20th century, the answer flashed no. It was just time to go, because rest time was over. Well, there you go. This book is from 1979, and he sent me in a PDF file, but I think the title, for anyone who's interested, just type in Google, is there life before birth? Actual case, histories of astonishing journeys into life before. And then type in 1979, and you should find it. Unless you want me to type it in the chat for others, I'll type it in the chat. So I'll do that. You can discuss something else while I'm going to copy the title of the book and put it in the main chat.
Well, what you just said there, I agree with. I like that. Like speaking the past 20 minutes or so, or half an hour, I like. Appreciate that.
You know, people, you don't have to wait for me. You can talk while I'm busy finding the correct title of the book.
So, how are you today? How you doing? How's the weather? And other NPC comments that you get throughout your day. What do you do for a job?
Yeah. What do we do for a job?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, seriously, whatever's going on, if there's some good being, why would he allow it? Why would this continually be going on? You know, here's my thing.
I
If-
think Joshua is orchestrating it.
Yeah, if
I'm just messing with you.
like no disrespect to
Joshua.
your yeah, no disrespect to your beliefs, Cooler, because I totally understand it because I used to believe these things too, and I've gone down all the Jesus different versions of Jesus, and like I like what he has to say. So a lot of things he says they're very truthful, but it's the whole why is nothing done? Why is nothing actually done? It's always like just have faith and believe that it's all working out for good if you just believe. And here's another thing that always gets me. It's like if these sayings were so important, why were they not protected? Why were they allowed to be so heavily manipulated and changed and deceived? I mean, can you really blame anyone for following the wrong Jesus? I mean, there's so many fucking different versions of them. It's just to me, it's just a mental. It's an unfair mental psychological abuse on beings who don't know what's going on, and they may want to know, and they're looking for something, and they find the wrong version of Jesus, and then that's the wrong version. So now you're fucked, you know. But if only you believed in the real version.
It's like a big setup, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing against Jesus himself. It's just the whole manipulation tactics of this realm that I have a problem with. And why is it not being why is the sacred not being protected? The only means of it getting out of here, if that's true, if what you're saying is true, why is it not being heavily protected and guarded from any manipulation, any deception? Like, there's no way you can misunderstand this because it's that important,
What
That's
if
like my thing I always think about.
what if the Jesus is basically the archontic force in another guise?
Yeah.
I know that's I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but
It's a valid question.
I leave that open as a possibility. I don't necessarily believe it, but I think it's at this point we have to consider the possibility that this so-called benevolent Jesus that has not communicated his message clearly and has been used as a manipulation tactic is actually the same devil that the so-called gentle Jesus is opposing. It's the same force. It's the same consciousness. And this is the ultimate gut punch to Christians. They would never. It's unfathomable to them that could be the case. But what if the benevolent, the actual God that they think they're worshiping? I'm not saying there isn't anything good beyond this. Like, there is expanded consciousness beyond this reality, and we are basically an expression of that, and we can tap into that and see how we're being manipulated. But at this point, it is a valid question. Like, what good has this Jesus done other than cause confusion and misery?
Yeah, because in my observable, my observable reality, it really hasn't done any good other than keep people believing in this delusion of the human experience and to keep having children and to keep putting up churches and keep tithing and keep demeaning others who don't believe what you believe. And of course, you have other Christians who are like good-hearted people, and they I've met a lot of Christians. Nothing, of course, there's good Christians, but I'm saying the whole ideology to me is trying to get you to think you're just a human, and there's something above you, and you have to please it and worship it. And if you do it right, then you'll be taken out of this hellish existence that you didn't even ask for, didn't get to choose it. So it just makes more sense to me. Why is this continually going on? If Jesus died for our sins, right? Shouldn't it be over? It should be done with. This should be over
It
with.
seems like very useful for the Matrix. For the
So
realm
I've
that-
looked at, kind of like a weird mental exercise you can do. Just since Jesus was here, just look at the raw numbers. So look at how, just ask yourself the question: how many people have died from various horrible diseases? Was there anything done to stop that? No. How many billions of people have died from tuberculosis? How many died from smallpox? Just in the last 2,000 years. How many have died from bubonic plague? How many have died from syphilis? How many have died from genocide? How many have died from war? We're talking numbers that are basically unfathomable. We're talking well over like 50 billion maybe in the last 2,000 years. I don't know. It's a ridiculously high number. Where was gentle Jesus when that happened? Oh, it's all original sin. Shame on you. Shame on you. Okay, so but if a child gets tuberculosis and dies, what did it do to deserve that? Oh, it's all part of this. Okay, so we just get back to the mental gymnastics game, and that's what it seems like the Jesus character is being used as at this point. It's the ultimate cop-out. It's the ultimate wait until somebody else does it for you. Oh, it all makes sense because of this, because of that. But what has it done? Nothing. Zero. The only thing that's being done is people who are seeing organized religion or mainstream Christianity for what it is and calling it out, saying, okay, this hasn't done anything. It's just, and while you idiots are bickering over who's going to go to heaven or whatever, this force that I discussed continues forward with their agenda.
Right. Or even what's in the Bible, right? Endless arguments about what the Bible says, and it's just never ending. It's never ending. Gosh.
All right, I'm sorry. Continue.
So it's clearly it's all designed as a snare, as a trap to keep us here. And then all the countless examples of near-death experiences where people say they meet Jesus and Jesus is, come on back, you're not done yet. That's when I theorize that when we go to the other side, we're either going to be love bombed to go back into the false light, or going to be frightened to death to go back into the false light. Either way, it seems like it's kind of a light show.
By now it's pointless. Don't go into white light, as if they don't know. Oh, all this propaganda, don't go into the white light. Who's spreading that information? So when you think, all right, I'm not going into the white light, they already know. All these, whatever you call them, demons, archons, whatever, they already know. Oh, he's not going into the light, as if that was the solution. Or, I'm sovereign, don't fuck with me. They already know.
Yeah,
That's the joke. That's a joke on us, actually. If we think, well, don't go into the light is the solution, or I'm just going to teleport myself into a reality I create.
So-
They already know. They already know.
So
The
here's,
false- the false light.
I guess if you,
Experience.
I guess if you want to make an argument for like the Christian side of things, think about this. So if, let's say, the Jesus character did exist, what exactly was he saying to warrant being crucified? like let's just say this individual did exist. He was saying certain things, and he was crucified. Arguably, I know it's kind of like mainstream, whatever is just sort of downplayed it. Oh, it's whatever. He got crucified. It's not a big. Crucifixion is arguably the most painful death a human being can experience. I mean, you're basically you suffocate on your own. Basically, I don't know the exact mechanism, but the lungs collapse. Like you're just agonizing in pain for days on a cross. So what did he say that was so disruptive? If in fact he was crucified, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, they say the main reason why you'd be crucified is you're rebelling against the Roman Empire.
I mean, I get that, but he was definitely singled out as somebody. I mean, he wasn't just like a robber or whatever. Otherwise, there wouldn't be all this hoopla.
He said you could be like him. You could be like him. The kingdom of God is within.
All I'm saying is maybe
That's what they don't like.
maybe
It's a simple
maybe
answer.
he was saying stuff that was exposing this reality, and
Oh, he did?
They shut him down, and then they took what he was saying and they turned it into big scary Jesus in the sky you're gonna burn in hell if every knee shall bow, everyone
will.
shall worship me.
He will. but
Fear
he
the
will-
Lord.
He
That's
will
what they
kill all
turned
the
it
evil
into.
ones. He will kill all the evil ones. We all scream for justice. Where is the fucking justice? Well, I'm not saying this as a Christian. From my research and from the proper translations, he will come with a sword and will kill all those who, those PDF files, killers, lovers of lust, lovers of stealing and lying, and we all wanted this justification. Well, I'm going to a topic that maybe some of you won't like, and I won't talk about this. The reason why we are here, I'll let it slip for now. Maybe some next time, but he's not someone who is in love with this world, hate this world. He said. I think both the mainstream and definitely the Gnostic Jesus said, hate this world. Who loves his life will lose it. Which means if you love this life, you love all the fame, the glory, the gold, the materialism.
What I was saying was this character that demands you to worship him. Every knee shall bow to me. Everyone shall worship me. Who does that sound like? Does that sound like a benevolent God, or does that sound like the devil?
No, that's a mistranslation, by the way. Also, they put a lot of mistranslation. If you look at the Septuagint,
So that's what I was saying.
But
how do we
like I
know
said-
that literally everything isn't a mistranslation of what this Jesus character
we
said?
don't. All we
Okay,
can
so
say
it's all a mistranslation, basically, is what I've concluded.
not all.
If he did, yes, if he did say anything, 100% of it is a mistranslation, because the Roman Catholic Church took whatever he supposedly. First of all, they crucified everybody, or they killed everybody within the first couple centuries, and then they took whatever was said
Why?
and they wrote it into what you
Why
have
did they
been,
kill them?
because of what they were saying initially. They
Was
killed
truth.
them. They took what was said and they basically used it as a form of control.
Yeah, they were saying telling the truth. The first Christians back in the day were telling the truth.
Yeah,
They were
and
slaughtered
what
in
we've
the
been
Roman Colosseum for what they believed in. What did
And-
they actually believe?
No, we can't say for certain what they said. I mean, the Gnostic Gospels have some stuff that you could say, but it's established fact basically that the Romans took Christianity over and used it as a form of control.
Have you
So-
read the Bible, by the way?
Yeah, I've read enough of it that I know that there's maybe like 5 useful passages.
All right, there is one. I think many of you guys can remember this specific verse where he said, I created the light, I created the world, and I created evil. Does someone knows what I'm talking about? Or ever heard something similar?
It's Isaiah 45, and it's talking about not Jesus. It's talking about
No, not Jesus, Yahweh. Yes. So, but do you remember? I butchered it, of course. But do you know? Do you know the
Yeah,
verse?
it's
All right.
Isaiah
All right.
chapter 45.
This is a complete mistranslation. The correct translation regarding evil, he did not say, "I create evil." They left out a word before that. When you know Concords, Strongs, you know, which people use with Bible studies, it should have included, "I punish evil," but they left that one out. So then this so-called God becomes a dickhead and someone you don't want to listen to. Another thing is he commanded to kill any infant, any you know those verses, those evil verses in especially in the Old Testament.
Uh-huh.
Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Yeah, even kill their animals. You know why? Because that tribe of people, because you've heard there are many tribes in the Old Testament, but this specific tribe that God actually commanded to destroy them was completely and utterly corrupted by fallen angels. Completely. What they've done is sacrificing children to their gods, did a lot of PDF files, killing for fun, being arrogant, being this and that. It was in their blood, completely overrun. This is why, and I'm basing this off scholars, by the way, not some crazy guy who says, no, this is the meaning. They've checked the translations, and this is what came out, that this certain tribe that had to be destroyed, even including the animals, which were also genetically manipulated by fallen angels, complete them all. Destroy them all. For us, first time we think, oh, he's a scumbag. Besides, I still think Yahweh is a scumbag. Why? Because that's not the God. In either the Old Testament or the New Testament, I remember there was a gathering of gods. Literally, it's in the mainstream Bible, by the way, not in the Gnostic Bible. There is a gathering. You have the Heavenly Father, so to speak, and his children, and his children, and he allocated a certain of his children to have rulership over certain parts of the
There are
world.
70 of them.
Yeah. No, I don't know how many. I'm
That's
just
what it
basing this
says in the
off,
Bible.
of-
The
of-
Testament says 70.
yes, and one of them is probably Yahweh.
But
Or
Yahweh,
we can also name him Zeus and the others, these so-called demigods. They were all within that gathering of the gods.
Do
On
you
the
guys
top,
want
we
to know
have,
what these entities told me this reality
let
was?
me let me finish this thing. So there is the Heavenly Father, and he had a gathering of gods. So this is also called the second fall. So the first fall we already know about the angels, and this is the second fall. He trusted his children to do a good job. I'll give you this portion of the land, the other one I'll give you this portion of the land. Instead, they enjoyed worshiping of people. They really loved it. Zeus, Yahweh, and all the other so-called gods. They enjoyed it, and they became corrupt and power hungry. That's what happened. And after that, he actually gave them a warning. You shall die as men. Just like us, you can kill a demigod, a so-called demigod. Gilgamesh was terrified. The famous Gilgamesh, he was searching for eternal life. Why are you searching for eternal life? Are you not a powerful eternal being? No, he wasn't. One of the other giants, he had a dream. And a dream, simply put, do not fear the death of the flesh, the one that can kill your flesh, but fear the one that can kill your spirit, your soul. And that's what happened. That's another story about this so-called Yahweh. Most likely a scumbag, one of the ones that enjoyed power. But I'm not 100% sure. But I did research the whole topic about Yahweh being a scumbag. I know. I did the research. But there you go. There's those translations that the many in the Truth of the Movement will use. Oh, look, he's evil because he created evil. It's a mistranslation. I punish evil. They left that out. And the other things. Am I 100% sure? No, because who knows? Even scholars could be an agent, could be a shill. Who knows? But I looked into myself with the translations, and it pans out. So that's what I wanted to say. When PV, you can continue what you were saying.
Elias wants me to mind meld with him and share my experience with him and enlighten him, I guess, which I'll respectfully decline because apparently you didn't listen to any of my videos. So, good night. Go to bed. You need to go to bed.
Good night.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Somebody in the chat wants me.
Oh, in the private chat.
The Holy Grail, experience something extraordinary, which gives me crucial insights. Blah blah blah. Oh, you listened to all of them. Oh, that's great. So you didn't learn anything. See, I mean, I can't technically convince anybody of what I experienced. So you are proof of that.
So what is what is he missing? You don't have to say anything you don't want to.
His
What do you
documents, probably. He made PV made a lot of videos about documents, books that were written by supposedly these fallen deities, and they shared it with him, but how they built certain technologies, especially before the flood. The human existed for long before that. How they built the pyramids, how they built anti-gravity, etc. I remember those things. Not all of it, but I remember a lot.
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, I haven't made up anything I've said. I still have the.
How can you make that shit up? You cannot make that shit. It's
I
just
have,
so in depth with details, and you show the snapshots.
I mean,
why would you waste your time? Why waste your time in deceiving?
I started to explain it, and then I realized there really isn't any point. I mean, okay, so I need to do a better job convincing people. It's not going to happen. Like, nobody's going to be convinced through screenshots or me systematically giving you an overview. It's you either can kind of see it or you can't at this point, unfortunately. And if you're skeptical this exists, and if you're skeptical that a so-called ordinary person could interact with these entities, I can't convince you. Nothing I say is going to convince you. No piece of evidence, no screenshot, no emails, nothing is going to convince you that this exists. And I have no obligation to convince anybody of it. Spread it over 40 videos, which are deleted and re-uploaded all the time. Again, I have no obligation to convince you of anything, and I have no responsibility. And I'm not going to re-upload those videos, nor am I going to unhide or recreate my channel. I mean, I'll join these live streams whenever I feel like it, but I'm not doing that anymore. And I realized there's no point. But if your knowledge is important, why shouldn't you? It's not important to anybody. I mean, it might be important to some of you, but I communicated it. Yeah, no, I communicated it to you. And the result is basically what you're saying in this chat, which is you're skeptical. You want me to provide more evidence. It's not going to happen. I'm not doing that. Nor do I want to. Nor can I. There's nothing I can provide that is going to convince anybody that these individuals were possessed. They were literally being fucking puppeted around by fucking demonic entities. Because that's Hollywood. That doesn't happen. There is no such thing as evil spirits. Can you catch it on camera? Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you get some more evidence? Can you come back? Nope. But I can, in fact, confirm this exists. I'm not the only person. Other people have witnessed other strange things.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, me
So
too.
it does exist. These entities do exist. There are people, and okay, just a little aside, and I'm not going to give out any names of people for obvious reasons. But recently, one of these individuals, so they hid some of their social media pages back when this whole thing went down. And recently, I researched their name, and they apparently unhid their social media pages, and they just make TikTok videos on random shit, totally unrelated to any of the conversations I had with them. So if you cross this person online or in real life, you would have no fucking idea who this individual is. So they are blending in. You would not be able to, you wouldn't have the slightest fucking clue who this person is. And I was just watching a few of their videos the other day, actually seeing this person's face and knowing this is not a person in the sense that, and most people would think this is fucking nuts. Don't care, don't give a shit. I know what I experienced. And again, if you don't think evil spirits exist, if you don't think there are people who can be controlled by them, you're just mistaken. For whatever reason, that is a reality in this reality that we are perceiving. It does exist.
Well, let them be. If they don't believe it, then that's their issue.
So why
There's a shit ton of evidence that it exists. So
somebody said, why do you believe this experience more than any other visually communicated experience? I mean, because I experienced it for over multiple years of communication. Well, okay, so I can look at a tree. Oh, that's a tree. Great. Okay. I mean, there it is. It's visual light being decoded. Okay. Doesn't really tell me much about what this reality is. I guess I don't really understand the question, but anyway.
Yeah, these things are real. I mean, I've experienced them too. Not what you experienced, but I've experienced these supernatural entities.
Nobody has nobody has to blindly believe anything I've said. And I know that nobody will believe what I've said, so I'm not going to continue to talk about it other than on these live streams, I guess, whenever I feel like coming on here. But I'm not doing the videos anymore. If you think my channel's coming back, I basically deleted.
Oh man, come on.
I'm not doing it anymore. I've already explained it. There's not what is me talking about what I experienced going to do for anybody? I did for 2 years.
Well, maybe you could just leave the channel up then. Up to you though. I mean, you do whatever you feel is best.
I don't blame them. I don't blame PV. At some point you realize it's not your job to change this place anyways.
It's not my job. I'm not here to save anybody. I'm not here to convince anybody. I did what I could with my channel. I did a lot of posts. I think I did probably well over 50 videos, each video, a half hour or whatever. If that didn't convince you, I don't know what else to say. It wasn't enough.
I did the same thing 2 years ago. I said I'd stopped. I said enough. What's the point?
The channel was an attempt by me to clarify ideas. I should explain that to Elias. It wasn't to convince you. I have zero interest in convincing you of anything. It was basically an attempt by me to put into words what I experienced and to clarify to myself what I experienced and to reorient myself so that I could continue forward from that. I have zero fucking interest in convincing Alias online of what I experienced. So make no mistake about it. I'm not going to do that. And most of it was just a self-journal or self-reflective exercise. I wasn't trying to become the truther to end all truthers. I have zero interest in that, and I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
it
leaving
was
it
greatly appreciated.
I'm not
appreciated
leaving it
what you
up
did share.
because I already clarified everything. I already explained what this reality is. I explained the entities I encountered. I explained how they were manipulating me. They were trying to control my perceptions. They were feeding me perceptions of what this reality was for roughly 3 years of back and forth communication, not daily, but nearly daily, in the form of thousands upon thousands of messages back and forth with these three entities. And I know what I encountered. I know it was this demonic consciousness. I know they were manipulating my perception of basically every fucking thing. I explained it. I'm not doing screenshots. I'm not dropping links, technology. Oh, go read. No. Because what if I can't explain it? What the fuck are you gonna do with that information? You see what I mean? If I can't take it and put it into a clear form as somebody who experienced it firsthand, you're not going to do anything with that. Very little with it, other than, oh, that's nice. I'm just going to file that away in another paranormal experience that I heard online from some crazy guy. That's all it's going to be. So I've taken all the information, I've organized it in my own mind, and I am basically keeping that information with myself, and I'll decide what I need to do with it next. I don't need anybody else to, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. No, because you didn't know what I experienced, unfortunately. I'm not saying that makes me more important, but it does mean I saw what I saw, and I unfortunately I can't explain it.
Makes sense to me. I mean, you don't want to chase
Hey,
the numbers.
I accept it.
The numbers. You don't want to chase the numbers.
The numbers of the Matrix.
More subs. I'm so important. I have so many subs.
Nope. Fortunately,
Yeah, it's silly because you know what I've noticed: the more subs you have, the more fucking assholes you get talking shit to you. So, I think the less you have, the better. I don't know why people are so obsessed with like the number game.
What,
Like, oh, I'm trying to be some important being on YouTube. It's like, what are we doing here?
It's an ego trip, is what it is. You know?
Wants to be a guru. Everyone wants to be like some kind of spiritual teacher and look to me for all the answers. It's like, man, I'm just like y'all. I'm just like you guys. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not some kind of spiritual guru or teacher. I just speak what I think honestly. That's it.
I want to address something that not for debate, but an interesting thing that Michael Adams said about praying. Right? You did pray and no answer.
Yeah, he didn't answer
Okay.
any of my prayers.
All right. Yeah, that's true for an X amount of people, while other people actually did got their prayers answered. But
Sure.
I'll give you another perspective, which is also talked about it, by the way, is that this is a spiritual war, okay? And an angel. I'm just focusing on what Christianity says about it. Yeah, not what I 100% believe in. but it's a perspective that's, for me, kept me thinking. And this is that we live in a reality. It's a spiritual war. I think we all can agree, especially people that have researched these things and experienced it themselves. It's a spiritual war, and an angel can be harmed, for example. Otherwise, there will be no war in heaven. When they fight each other, 2/3 of the angels fell, and they fought the angels that kept loyal to the Heavenly Father, so to speak. Anyway, you, me, and many of us, they have allocated certain gatekeepers, or if you will, bots. Sometimes actually real demons that come to you and pretend to be your higher spirit or guardian angel, etc., etc. But you also have these lower demons, tulpas or thought forms, if you will, to harass you, and have a specific goal is to not allow your prayer to be heard unless you persevere and keep going. I've read many stories about people that kept praying, not for a couple of weeks. It took maybe 5 months, 4 months, and their prayer was finally answered after such a long time. Other people, maybe after even 1 day, their prayer got answered. Why? Because it also has to do something with pre-life contracts, soul contracts that we keep hearing about. Certain people have a lot of soul contracts with demons. So what they do is allocate more and more demons inside your body, because that was the contract. What these demons will do is once you pray, they will block it. They will block the prayer unless you keep praying and pray and get through their defenses, so to speak. Even certain portions in the Bible will talk about it with a story about the prince. Something about the prince, and someone prayed. There was a battle. No, someone prayed and kept praying, and he asked God, "Why is my prayer not being answered?" And God gave the answer, because that angel that was meant for you to answer your prayer is busy fighting the prince. Not exactly translating it properly, but he was battling a powerful prince, which means one of the rulers of this world. That's why it took so long for that angel to answer your prayers. That's a perspective I came across. It's a spiritual war, and yes, both sides can lose and win in certain battles. So, if an angel is allocated especially for you, you might
One-
have contracts with demons.
One more thing,
or-
and then I'm gonna.
I'll finish this quickly. It might be, including me, I might have demons that do something with me. So do you. Maybe those bots or demons will block your praise. But after perseverance, many people actually get their praise answered, even if it takes months.
Well, it might be the case, but the thing from reading the scriptures about the angels, not one good thing ever happened with these angels. Not one good thing. It's always something really tragic, bad, and negative for the people involved. So I'm going to keep my distance away from anything that has to do with the Bible.
One more thing, and then I'm gonna hop off. I'm responding to the person in the chat because they were asking if I have knowledge that nobody else is aware of, why don't I share it? That's not true, and I did share it. I did post links multiple times to that particular person's publications, which are in the public domain. I've sent some of the technology to people, and they didn't read a lick of it, which is exactly what you would do, because it's mostly gibberish to somebody who doesn't understand math or quantum mechanics. And I'm not saying I understand all of it, but it's basically 70,000 pages of pure math or whatever this person is writing. So I haven't hidden any of that. I shared on my channel what this reality is and the force that created it. So I haven't hidden anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I've told you what this reality is. I've told you the force that is manipulating it. I've told you how they're manipulating you through the control of your perception, the manipulation of your perceptual fields, your consciousness fields, basically. And it's holding you in a perceptual state that keeps you here. So looking at the technology, looking at whatever, if I sent you, it wouldn't do anything for you. I've communicated the important information to you on my channel. But like I said, my channel was a mental exercise for myself to clarify information. It wasn't to convince you or really anybody of anything. And it likely hasn't convinced anybody of anything. Or maybe slightly kind of nudge people in a certain direction, and that's fine. I have no issue if people found the information beneficial. The reality is what it is. I experienced it, and at this point, I basically just have to take what I know and figure out what the next step is.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care of yourself, man.
Before you go, PV, I have something interesting.
Now, what the fuck are you talking about, this person? No, nothing about narcissistic injury. I don't really care. I just said I communicated to you the important points. Like if I sent you some of the papers this person sent me, it wouldn't do anything for you. You think it would. You think I'm holding out on you. I'm not holding out. I told you what this reality is. I told you the force that created it. I communicated to you in as clear terms as I can the so-called hidden information. I've told you that they're literally fucking feeding off of our consciousness, that they are setting up events in this reality to generate low vibrational thought and emotion. Like basically this reality is literally feeding hell. It's literally feeding the archontic distortion. And that explains why this place is as it is. That it's the work of demons, this reality. And if you think, oh, it can't be that simple, it's not, I mean, it's not simple, but in as few words as I can describe it, that's what it is. So yeah, I'm not holding out on anybody. I never concealed any secret information. I communicated exactly what I experienced. And looking at the technology that these entities sent me wouldn't do anything. I mean, it hasn't done anything for me. It's just sitting on my computer. I have it saved to a hard drive in the event that perhaps I'll need to look at it at some point and understand what it is. But I know the force that is rolling this technology out from the hidden to the seen. So yeah.
Anyway, what I wanted to share is.
All right, I'm gonna hop off, guys. That's all I have.
Wait, before
All right,
you
thanks,
go,
PV.
oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Yeah, I have to wrap it up soon too. So, but you can go ahead.
Now, the reason he asked the reason why especially the first Christians got killed. I have to mention something about the near-death experience. I think many that have researched the NDE, these people have been encountering, especially karmic elders. You know, those that think they are bosses, right? Especially 3 of them. Many times in NDE experiences, they will encounter these 3 elders with big smiles, loving, kind. But as I came to realize, they are demons, like high-level demons. And this is one of the reasons why they probably hate Jesus Christ. This is from the Gnostic Jesus, by the way. And I'm flabbergasted that no one is actually mentioning this verse, which is extremely revealing. And once I read it, especially those that never heard of it, Josh, I think you heard of it, but here I'll go. I'll read it and take into account what people have encountered in the near-death experiences. It will start. What's the word for it? Light up a bulb instantly. Oh, here it goes. I'm going to read an excerpt from the first apocalypse of James, where Jesus said the following: James, behold, I shall reveal to you your redemption when you are sized. I'm talking right now. Sized means when you are about to die. Anyway, when you are sized and you undergo these sufferings, a multitude will arm themselves against you, that they may size you. And in particular, 3 of them will size you. They who sit there as toll collectors. Not only do they demand toll, but they also take away souls by theft. Source: the first apocalypse of James. Here you go. And when you correlate that with what you've seen and heard and read in near-death experiences, plenty of people, not all of course, but plenty have encountered these 3 karmic elders with their love and light and friendly smiles and so-called wisdom. These are the ones that the Gnostic Jesus warned us about. They will steal your soul, steal your spirit, and potentially destroy your spirit. I don't believe, that's my opinion from what I've gathered and researched. I don't think the spirit on its own is eternal. You know why? Because if this is a loose farm, why do they need our spirit? Why are they feeding on our spirit? Because without it, they fucking die. They just cease to exist. Actually, in certain evil abductee stories, one of the greatest fears of a Grey, supposedly, because is the fear of death. Once they die, it's lights out for them. It will also correlate with one of the giants that was talked about in the book of Enoch. He had a dream about a dead tree, and I understand what that dream meant. That was also explained. Do not fear the one who can kill your body, but fear the one who can destroy the soul. But anyway, this is what Jesus said, and I bet there are way more teaching of this dude Jesus that are being kept hidden for us. Never seen the day of light unless you have access to the Vatican vaults, and of course we don't have access to that. So there you have it. This one is extremely important in my eyes. It will answer what these people have encountered in the near-death experience, and I know that people who now listening to me know what I'm talking about these 3 karmic elders. They've read about it, even at what's that channel's name who talks a lot about the soul trap, that grifter, forever.
Which one?
Forever Con Man.
Which one?
Forever Con Man.
Oh.
I nicknamed him Forever Con Man something. I don't watch him anymore, but that one is a grifter. But anyway, he did share information about the journey of souls and the soul traps, and also the 3 karmic elders. If you do a research in near-death experiences, a substantial amount of them will mention these 3 karmic elders. Not all of them, but a substantial amount will mention them. 3 karmic elders. And when you read that excerpt I just read for you, the first apocalypse of James, it's clear as day. They who sit there as toll collectors, not only do they demand toll, but they also take away souls by theft. What does it mean, toll? A toll means something, which someone with the name of Angeliki Agnosti in her book will explain to you what this toll actually means. It means every time you reincarnate, it takes a toll. It's a portion of your spirit, a portion. Not all of it, of course. If they take all of it, you're gone. They take a portion, and through multiple reincarnations, you can become. It's not fact, but this is very possible. You can become what people would say an NPC. I don't believe in an NPC theory, but one that its spirit is pretty much diminished, small, and they only care for material gains. That's it. They have numerous reincarnations, and that's what they want. They've literally almost destroyed your spirit, where there's almost nothing left except for the so-called soul. The soul is what they say is created by the demiurge, because real humans have three parts: body, soul, spirit. The soul has access to the astral realms, the fake astral realms, but the spirit doesn't belong in the astral nor on this planet, on this physical earth. It belongs back home. I don't care how you call home, the pleroma, the real heaven, whatever. That's where the spirit belongs. But for some reason, we came here either through trickery or another one, which has also been explained, that God, that everybody hates, he said, I knew you before you came here. And another one is during the fall of the angels. During the fall of the angels, lots of spirits actually sided with the demons or the fallen ones, the fallen angels. They sided with them. It's not only the angels, but also regular spirits that sided with the fallen ones. They listened to them. Others, they were in between. They were hesitating. Who should I choose, God or the fallen ones? And the other ones, they kept loyal. So I'm not saying this as fact, but there's a reason why we are here, to have a last chance, a last opportunity to make it right. For those that are in between, the lukewarms, so to speak, and the ones that are evil, well, you already see their fruits. They are PDF files. They go over bodies to get money, power, because their master is obviously the demons, the demiurge, Satan, whatever you call them. It's their master. But their seal is fate. Their fate is already sealed for them. There's pretty much no hope for them. But for those that are in between, before he came here, and maybe a lot of us are those.
Can I give it a try?
Sure, man.
What do you mean with their fate is already sealed?
I mean the evil ones.
But how do you say that with such certainty? I don't understand that.
No, it's from research, and what it will point out is their fate is sealed. Either two things can happen with these, the punishment. People say an eternal hellfire. No, that's not what a loving God does. Two outcomes. The second death? The second death is actually the real punishment. There is no eternal hellfire. It's called the second death. Either two outcomes will happen, and I've looked into them both. Either the spirit will cease to exist. That's far better punishment than eternal hellfire for all eternity. Makes no sense from a loving God's perspective. Or they go to a place where there is literally no God. Like
so
literally.
Just I can understand. You assume that there is a loving God somewhere, somehow.
No, from the perspective of a loving God. And I didn't say there is a loving God. I said from the perspective that people believe, a loving God wouldn't do that. So the another one is a reality. That's what potentially the second death means. Is a reality where there is no God, like complete separation from God, which means if we are here in this world and we are bored with certain things, you're
Can I say something?
I'll finish this. You're gonna wish that you can experience that boredom again, because in that place, it's, I don't know, maybe a million times worse. It's a fate that you rather choose non-existence than that fate. So these are the only two punishment that I came across that sounded more plausible than eternal hellfire, because there is no hellfire in the Bible. Eternal hellfire, there's none.
But these are all just stories, and one conclusion I came to is that every answer we could possibly come to, sorry for my English, I'm German, could be laid out to us. For example, the NDEs, an intelligent person, sooner or later will come to the conclusion that there is fuckery going on. that the light is not the light is not loving, even if the people experiencing it in that
What do
in that
you
way.
mean by fuckery? That it is that it doesn't exist? That it's someone's figment of
No,
someone's
no,
imagination?
not necessarily that, but the moral character of the light. That the light is not benevolent. That the light is not something good. That the light is an evil force, and most likely will lead to another reincarnation. But this is a conclusion when you look at all the evidence from all the NDEs, you kind of necessarily come to, and everything you necessarily come to by logic could be laid out to you, like by reverse psychology. So my question is, how do we know that the light is not the way out, and that some kind of malevolent intelligence is suggesting us the other way by reverse psychology, for example? My question is, I think that this whole question of the soul trap is such a serious question. We're in the trenches of a war against experience itself, that just relying on stories and what we feel more comfortable with or not is not enough, or not serious enough.
Yeah, before I answer, I need to ask you a question. Do you
Yeah.
believe in demonic forces? Do you believe in spiritual warfare? Do you believe in all these things? The paranormal, secret societies, etc., etc., etc. Do you believe in that? If not, then there is for me no point into explaining or answering your
No,
question.
that's no problem. Secret societies, nobody has to believe in them. I mean, there are. We have a kind of schizophrenic general public where things like Epstein and Pizzagate are, everybody kind of knows, but also denies that. So nobody has to believe in that, except you believe that you are in your own dream or fever dream, or that this is just information laid out for you or to deceive you. But if from the common sense perspective, there's no need to believe in that or not. It's just a fact.
So you don't believe in those things?
Of course I do. I just said that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, how should I not believe in Jeffrey Epstein, which of course is a symptom of Freemasonry and secret. You asked for secret societies. I gave you the answer for the secret society, and for
demons?
I also don't have to believe in them, because I have experiences like this. For example, I think that we have to dream every night, that there's an experience forced upon a mind which is not completely our own. This is itself demonic. This whole world is demonic. I also don't have to believe in that.
Oh,
It's
so you're
just
basically
factual.
saying, I know
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
All right. What you said about dreams is also true. Lots of manipulations in our dreams, lots of it, and I've actually explained this in previous Josh live streams. Yeah, it is. But what was your specific question again?
My specific, I have multiple questions. I mean, I listened to live. It's the first time that I entered by voice a live stream, because I had microphone problems. But I listened to many of them from, for example, Mark Antinatalist and Joshua and people like that. In the far past, also this fake guy you just mentioned 5 minutes ago.
Forever a con man.
Yeah. It's the first guy I encountered. I had a big fight with him because he believed in consent, that we consented to this, and I wrote a long letter to them that this is a logical and ethical impossibility, because even if you consent before you get mind wiped, then after you get mind wiped, you can't consent to that back in the past. So that's ethically impossible. And my point is that what Philosopher Video said, he said he had a very profound experience, profound because he received much empirical information, and it made all sense, and it was very intensive, and it all checks out with all other information he has. But this means nothing. We are in a simulation, or we think we are in a simulation. I think that, and I think you two do that too. So what can we actually know in a simulation?
No, I don't believe in. I used to believe in a simulation, like simply put, like in the Matrix. I used to believe in that, but I don't believe that anymore. But that's a long topic. But in regards of,
What else should it be? What else should it be then, other than a simulation of some sort?
this is just the real reality. It's just created and it's corrupted.
Okay,
Simply
just,
put.
just
Like
from
I
my
said, it's a very long topic.
from my understanding, the two things I could believe in is this is some kind of a dream, a collective dream, or a solipsistic dream, is just meaning just a dream of my consciousness, or a simulation which is by intelligence which is not myself, forced on me. And then what most people believe, that this is a materialistic world and just atoms and stuff. But
Okay,
this
who
is
created you?
but if it's
Who created you? It's a simple question. Who
can I
created
just
you?
can I just
Yes,
finish
yes.
the options I see, and then you can answer. Even if it would be a materialistic world, then it would be also a simulation, then by an evil accident, by a big bang or whatever they believe. So I can't see an option where it isn't a simulation by accident or by a dream or by an intelligence which is outside of myself. But either way, it would be a simulation, and either way, it would be an evil one. You understand?
I get what you. Yeah. I've researched that as well.
So
I've been
if it's
to
if it's
answer
not
you,
one of the three things, what is it in your opinion?
no, the first thing is, who created you? Do you believe in that? That someone created you?
I believe in the fact that I can't know that from the point I'm at now.
No belief.
I don't
didn't say
believe
knowing.
anything.
But you have an idea. Come
No.
on, everybody has.
No, I'm intellectually honest.
So you don't know.
I don't know, and you don't know either.
Well, I kind of. Well, maybe not 100%, but many of us. First of all, I don't believe that we created ourselves. That's just a horse shit. Yeah, and the Big Bang is also kind of bullshit, because
Of course it is.
how can nothingness, which they claim there was nothing, how can nothingness magically create something like a ball size marble?
Yeah,
that
but that's okay,
floats?
that's
That's
a
bullshit.
given. Yeah, that's a given.
So
Of
there
course.
is a creator, an intelligent design. You can
No,
see it in the code, the
not-
ratio
not-
everywhere.
Not necessarily. For example, after I'm what I can say for sure is that I am, and the people around me, and even more aware people like you, we are at the moment at a very limited state of consciousness. I know also other states of consciousness through meditation, through dreams, through lucid dreams, etc. And I don't know what, when I die, there could be a consciousness which could be so vastly different from what I'm experiencing now, that all my answers here are infantile, are childish. I don't know that.
Yeah, well, there's also something to say, to be said about that. It is true. Once, hopefully you've researched that as well, that once people go out of their body, yeah, the ones that actually did it,
Yeah.
go out of body, and they do it more often, they will tell you that eyesight is like 1,000 times better, their hearing is way better, their emotions, everything is just multiple by thousands of times stronger than what we experience here in the material.
I know.
Not only that, but they also understand the reality in ways we cannot fathom.
I would
let me
object
finish.
because
So once
because
they let me finish, please.
yeah, okay.
Once they're in the out of body state, they will get insights, but for some reason they cannot bring it along. The only thing they can say, I had way better insights of how this whole reality works. All right, but there is a catch to it, and this was explained by this astral traveler, and I think people that are listening right now might be interested in that. What is going on is that, yes, there is a form of an illusion, so to speak, a matrix, even in the astral. What is, and I've explained this before, not everyone can do an out-of-body experience. They choose their target to become an asset. Once that guy is out of the body, they will monitor you. You can have your fun. They will check who you are. Maybe you can be used as an asset. Once they think you are an asset, that's the moment they will push you in certain directions. They will give you insights. They pump it inside your mind, and to think, oh, now I understand why we are here, what this all means. It's them, the enemy, that injects their agenda in one's mind. And that is why they are writing books and spreading it through YouTube channels. Oh, once I was out of body, I had magnificent feelings of love, of unity. No, that
Yeah,
is a
but
deception. And this is one thing that not many people actually talk about.
yeah, but you see how similar this sounds to NDEs, to near-death experiences. They also say they understood in a second they understood everything. There were no questions left, but they can't bring it back. They can't bring the answers back. They can't make, and they don't even address why these loving beings or this loving universe or whatever, this loving God would oversee such an evil world. They don't even raise this question. So I mean, when we have this question about what most of us call the soul trap, for the lack of a better word, we have what do we have? We have astral projection, we have lucid dreaming, we have NDE experiences, we have ethical objections against this world, but all of this is sensory input.
Mushrooms, DMT.
Yeah. But none of this has to be real. This can be as unreal as the experience we have here in our waking life.
It's actually more real than our waking life. Those experiences.
It's more intensive. It's more intensive. Not more.
More real. No, they say more real. More real. Emphasis on more real than this experience we have right now. More real. You feel alive, like 1,000 times more alive.
Yeah, but you can feel it. You can feel that on heroin.
No, but heroin targets the human body. Once you're out of the body, it will not target the human body. You're in your spirit form.
But you try to understand me. My point is, how do we know that in other states of minds, on mushrooms, on astral projection, on after death or pre-death experiences, that this is not also just another layer of the deception and therefore misleading?
I answered that already. I've answered that already. I said those experiences are being put inside the mind of the one who did an OBE or a near-death experience. These people, like I said, how many people have a near-death experience? Not in a near-death experience that you can see spirits, but I mean, oh shit, I almost died.
Yeah,
you know, how many people worldwide every day? How many? Just give a number.
I don't give you a number. I give you an answer. I wrote an essay about how do we know. I mean,
no. I think you misunderstood me.
No, I don't. Please let me answer.
Okay.
My skeptical intervention is how do we, there's a common theme. There's this life review that they have to come back to have a mission and so on and so on. How do we know that not every single person who has told this story is, for example, a spirit which has overcloaked the body of the dying person? How do we know that the consciousness which comes back after an NDE is the same consciousness that entered the NDE? We don't know. This could be all a big show. This could be all misleading. We base our assumptions on what could come after this physical life on a mythology which is mainly based on this NDE experiences, besides astral projection and so on. But this could all be false.
Yeah, you're talking about a walk-in and a subject that probably some you listeners know what I'm talking about. A walk-in. Well, how do you know if it's the same spirit that goes back into the body? Well, it could be a walk-in, yes, some other spirit, while the original spirit is kept imprisoned for whatever reason. But that's not what I meant before that. How many people were close to dying? Which means the ambulance had to come. They were knocked out, motorcycle accident. Well, yeah, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. How big is the percentage of these people who had a near-death experience? Not many, I can tell you that. But let's say
and
millions. Example, millions of people. Let's say these are 100%. How big is the percentage that have an actual near-death experience, that they can actually see beings, communicate, whatever? It's probably 2%, 3%, maybe 5%. 95%, they remember jack shit. And you can look it up in forums. You ask, yeah, but I also had an accident. I was in an accident. You know what happened to me? I rode my scooter probably 70 kilometers an hour, 60, and I crashed. Why? Because the fucking car was parking out without using his lights. You know what I mean? I'm parking out. Be careful. He didn't use his lights. So I crashed into him. I flew in the air, came down on the ground. I broke my jaw, broke my leg, and I woke up in the fucking ambulance. And I was thinking, void, blackness. I remember nothing. Many other people will tell you the exact same thing. I remember nothing. You will still near death.
I know a person personally who said that.
So there you have, and I've explained this before. These demons, do not have infinite numbers. They know exactly who's going to go. They choose their victims for the near-death experience or for an OBE. Many people have followed all the techniques to do an OBE and will tell on forums, hey man, I followed your techniques. I've been trying it for weeks and months, but I cannot get out of my body. While others can almost only one day of training and out of body. Boom.
Yeah, but you're jumping to conclusions. You say because not everybody has a lot of people experience nothing or remember nothing. There's a limited numbers of malevolent spirits, and that's just one answer. Another answer could be there are NPCs. They can't have an experience outside of really outside of their body because there's no soul to separate from the body. There could be multiple other reasons for it. That's what I mean. We know so little and we jump so quickly to conclusions. And in this live streams or generally in the sphere, there's little space for intellectual conflict. I mean, not fighting or not being narcissistically injured, but posing difficult questions without knowing the answer and try to figure it out together without knowing where it leads.
I agree.
I mean, even in this live stream, there was two kinds of ways to talking with each other. There was people who were a little bit snobby, like philosophy videos. Even if I appreciate his content, there's another person, this meat puppet guy who's just trolling, and then there's this agreeableness where everybody kind of agrees, but there's no.
Meat puppet. You mean the what's his name? His full name, Meat Puppet. Yeah,
Meat Puppet.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
But there's no real confrontation of assumptions of worldviews, and I think the topic is too important for making it kind of a pub chat or whatever.
There is a way. The way is, look, I've been researching when I was 9 years old. I'm now in my 40s. Yes, believe it or not, I was 10 when between 10 or 12, I read the Bible. After that, I read Erich von Däniken. You know, what's his book title? Fingerprints of the Gods, which means gods were aliens. Yeah, gods were aliens. I've read Whitley Strieber, Communion, back when I was 13, 14 years. And then a shit ton of New Age articles, magazines. I've read shit ton about secret societies, about how to make certain weapons, politics, psychology. The most important thing, if you research all these topics, standalone topics, there is something that connects them. That's why, especially when you listen to experiences from people, you can recognize these patterns from seemingly not connected topics. And
exactly.
then you can make an what's the word for it? A calculated guess for what's going on. It's like a puzzle.
Yeah, but
channels, they stick with just one topic they're like experts in one topic, but they fail with other topics.
But
Hey, Joshua.
Yeah.
Host Joshua. Hey, but I'm gonna
Hello?
tap out here.
Hello?
But I'm gonna tap out here. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you guys. And as
Oh,
far
yeah. Thanks for being on.
the one thing is, I make my amends. It said earlier that was it Cooler Ice? You said that I said that you can burn for all eternity in hell and all that, but it's true. The Bible doesn't say that. Doesn't say anything close to that. And it's usually hell is referring to Sheol, which is a fiery or a pit where they burn all their garbage outside of Jerusalem.
As well.
So, so I appreciate the conversation, and we'll figure it out one way or the other, man. Thanks for the.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Alright.
Yeah, I have to
Take
go soon too. So if y'all want to wrap it up,
Yeah, me too.
so I can
Me
go to
too.
bed.
Yeah, me
Can I just address what you just have said with the
Yeah,
when
go ahead.
everything comes together?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would compare it to a movie, like a big budget Hollywood movie. There are so many little clues which lead you to a specific emotional conclusion, right? So, they are very good at that. I mean, Hollywood directors or the people manipulating dying human beings in the NDEs, and of course, you can also do this with logic. You can lay out clues, many interconnected clues, which necessarily need to an emotional conclusion. And if
At the
that's
same time, Hollywood also shows you an illusion of reality where real friendship exists. We all know that we are all knew friends that backstabbed us, but once you look at certain movies, they also always show you real love between a man and a female, real love, real sacrifice, real friendships. That's from Hollywood. So
Yeah,
anything what
m-
Hollywood
m-
shows you should be taken with a grain of salt. Yet they also show you certain truth, but it's hard
maybe.
to spot.
I try. I don't want to go into a long rant about Hollywood. I try to explain a principle that I mean, even if you see Hollywood like this now, you have been a child and you have enjoyed movies, and there goes a lot in color palette and character development that at the end of the movie you feel a certain way about a character, correct? And I just wanted to illustrate this point that this whole world could function that way, because what we know about this world is that these Hollywood directors and these people who traffic humans, that they are not materialists, they are spiritual, and they are in contact with these forces who run
There's
this
a
world.
message, spiritual message that they are spreading as well, but yet very, very few people can actually see it, spot it. Once
Yeah,
you,
but I
once,
wanted to
one
illustrate.
second, yeah, well, I'm also talking to the general public.
Yeah.
Once horror movies, for example, zombie movies, they all, most of them, many of them, start in a church or in a Vatican church from believers. All of a sudden, something happens inside the church, and basically what I'm trying to say is they've done a very, very good job into trashing the teaching of this Jesus dude, trashing, because it's a form of mind control and subliminal messages.
I understand that. I
No, but
understand that.
for the others, we all have seen them in these movies, even back in the 40s and 50s and 60s when they make movies, and many of these Hollywood movies are directed by a certain people that I'm not going to mention, a certain race of people. Many of these directors come straight from that country. What they've done, because they have an immense
No, that's true.
hatred for this guy that is called Jesus Christ. So what they do is indirectly tell your subconscious mind, hey, priests are PDF files. Hey, a zombie always happens, or most often happens somewhere in a church, inside a church. They get possessed even inside a church. This is called mind control, subliminal messages. So you would think you will hate this dude, Jesus Christ. I'm not
But
talking Jesus Christ as a religious
but
figure that you have to worship.
you're illustrating my point. You're illustrating my point when I talked about reverse psychology and they can lead you to emotional conclusions. For example, the point you're just making about Jesus and about the tiny heads, which lead you in a certain direction emotionally, and this could work in two ways or more. I mean, there could be emotional conclusions for one group of people and emotional conclusion for the other group of people. Like in elections, it works perfectly in elections. So, but this is exactly what I mean. They can lay out the emotional conclusion you come to, and when you said you read Eric von Däniken and you read this and you read that, and it all fits together, this doesn't mean anything necessary, because
for me and many others, they will disagree with your point.
I mean, it makes sense in this
And
world.
in reverse psychology, I think.
It makes, it makes sense to understand this world, but the conclusions
One second, please. One thing, real quick. Reverse psychology. Oh, so when people see the truth, oh look, they're trashing Jesus in movies in Hollywood. They say Jesus fucking Christ, and this. Oh, so he must be telling the truth. You know what? I'm gonna join Jesus. But that's reverse psychology. That is the trap.
Yeah.
That is the last step. Yeah, I've contemplating a lot about these things, but the thing is, we are up against beings that are far more intelligent than us. They have access to a lot more stuff than we do. We are basically children. This is why there is also something. They also butchered something that is called faith. Faith. I start to believe. I'm still contemplating, like I said, that does exist in Heavenly Father and what He did for us. Yeah, so I'm contemplating. I've researched a lot about these fallen angels, the Nephilim, alien abductions, soul traps. What happens in the second heaven? Second heaven is the astral realm. I've been contemplating this for a long time. I'm not saying that this dude is the truth, but I'm leaning towards it right now because of the research I've done, because we can come up with all types of solutions. Yeah, the soul trap community have told us this. Oh, don't go into the light. No, according to Monroe Institute, you need escape velocity, which is the speed to I don't know, go through the to the matrix roof, whatever. Some other guy says you have to escape from an angle. A certain angle, 90 degrees, or was it 45 degrees? That's like with the Egyptians.
Can I ask?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll wrap it up. The other says you need to die underwater. Yeah, I've heard one says no, go create your own reality. There are so many fucking isms, and all of these isms have been partially shared by the enemy, including the soul trap, I don't say the soul trap does not exist. I do believe it exists, but there is nuances behind it. Nuances, how they let you think how to escape it. But then you're a child. Once you die, then what? What are you going to do? You're against a massive opponent. I'm not saying the opponent is more powerful than you, but they have more knowledge than you. You're a child. So what is the sure way of getting out of this mess? And I think the person that came here a long time ago had the answer for that. That's why they fucking hated him. That's why they butchered his teaching, made it into a religion that caused billions of people to die in wars. That's what they did. And it's only him. You don't see that attack on Buddhism. You don't see that attack on Hinduism. You don't see that attack on Islam. Well, Islam now lately is being attacked because you know why. But you don't see people cursing Buddha, cursing Muhammad, cursing Allah, Krishna. You don't see it. You only see them cursing a certain person, and that is Jesus Christ. Always, in all these thousands or hundreds of years, they've been conditioning us to hate this person and his teaching. And I bet most of his teachings have been hidden, buried. So we have no access to the real way out. I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm a Christian, but I'm leaning towards it.
Yeah, but you're giving the example of what I'm talking about. This you come to this by reasonable observation of the political and cultural and intellectual landscape of your culture, and this is a reasonable conclusion to come to. But you can be led to this and if I don't know what you believe about the nature of this world, but this is a kind of a soul trap channel. So most of the people here assume that this is a kind of a simulation with a evil intelligence of an unknown nature behind it. And if it's a simulation, then we don't know what if for example, if we are the only real person in the whole thing. If there are 10 people more, 100 people more, 100,000 people more, and what can be manipulated and what not. We can observe things like the Mandela effect, so that you can edit reality in real time or even after the fact. So that's what I mean.
In short, let me talk about myself. I don't know nothing for sure.
Okay, what do you hope for if you don't know?
This is no. There is a reason why I'm saying this. Nobody knows what's going to happen when we die. Yeah, a near-death experience or an out-of-body is not evidence for what happens, because nobody returned from rigor mortis, which
Correct.
means real death.
Correct.
Nobody. Okay,
Yeah.
so why I'm saying I don't know nothing has a meaning behind it, because what is the meaning behind it? Even though with all the knowledge that I have gathered in all these decades, just like many others like me, we have research, we have read books, we have experiences and all that stuff. Yet in the end, we don't know for sure. In that, it's a painful realization. This is why I start to believe, this is why there is faith. Previously, I thought, fuck faith. Fuck it. Why should I put faith into faith, so to speak? But according to this guy, it is the answer of getting out of this place. That belief, that faith will get you out, because you cannot come up on your own with ways to escape this fucking mess, because you're up against beings that are far, far more intelligent than you, far more cunning than you. They will show you everything that you think, that you believed in, and they will show it to you. Oh, don't go into the light. You will get trapped. Those type of things. They will tell it to you flat, as if these enemy of us don't know that our channels are talking about soul traps and how to supposedly get out. Oh, I'm going to create my own reality. They know it. They run the astral reality. It's theirs, not ours. And our spirit doesn't belong in the astral reality. It belongs somewhere else. But in order to get there, you have to need faith in some way. I start to understand why it is called faith. Previously, I said fuck faith. It's for evidence. It's bullshit. But now, from researching and understanding, especially what they've deleted in the Bible or changed certain things, like God said, I create the light, I create the world, and I create evil. That's a fucking evil God. No, they removed I punish. They removed the word punish, evil. That's when I started to think about, okay, wait a minute. What else did they do to try to trash this so-called God? They tried to trash him numerous times.
But there are fundamental problems with this. One logical contradiction is you say that you at least have hope or faith, as you call it, in Jesus, and at the same time you say that this material, the Bible, is so corrupted that the true message is crippled or hasn't survived in its pristine form.
It did survive via the Septuagint. But you need a translation that is regarded as a very accurate translation. How do you know? Ask the scholars, not some new age guy or some tinfoil hat guy who says the Septuagint is trustworthy. Ask the scholars who have, you can trust certain scholars in their research. They're not all Freemasons or whatever. certain scholars
You
you
don't
can
know that.
trust, and what they have researched, they can tell you the Septuagint is the most trustworthy of all translations of the Bible. So look it up there, and when you look it up there and compare it with the Masoretic Bible that we all know it has been corrupted, they put certain things there that was never existed before. When you look at the original translations, yeah, that's when I started to think. That's when I started to think and put all my research into what I've learned about alien abductions, lucid dreaming, psychedelics, soul trap, you name it. I know about the Pleiadians, the Lyrians, and all that mumbo jumbo. The Draconians, I've researched it in depth. Then I saw certain things. It has been spoken about in certain books of the Bible. Literally, these things about the so-called Pleiadians, who they are, not by name, but you can see their fruits. And I started to realize, okay, this is what is going on. And now I kind of understand why they trash it.
Okay. I mean, this is now a discussion about theology, not so much about the soul trap. But okay, let's take it.
No, it has everything to do with the soul trap. I have to explain it.
I try to make a different point. I mean, I can illustrate it in a different way. You said that not all translators of the Bible are
Let's
Masons.
forget about the Bible. Let's focus on the soul trap.
Masons first. What I wanted to say is, or I can illustrate it also in this way. We all know these Freemasonic gestures, like covering one eye and the checkerboard and all this kind of stuff. What if the Freemasonic story we believe in is the cover story? What if this is just the signature pattern of the Matrix itself?
Do you know where the origin is from of Freemasons? Where did it came from? It's very important that you actually understand.
I don't think you know. I don't think I know. I mean,
I think I do know.
Kabbalah.
That is linked to it, but it's not the primary origin.
Yeah.
Primary
Hey
origin
guys,
is
no, but I gotta go soon. So if y'all wanna
all right,
have
next
last
time.
minute spiel.
No, let me finish this like 1 minute.
Yeah.
The origin of the main Freemason originates from Egypt. Yeah, that's why you see the Eye of Horus, the pyramid. They love it. What happened in Egypt? But Egypt, when you look at Egypt and their gods, the demigods, they are all fallen ones, and they worship the fallen ones. This is basically in a nutshell. Of course, I cannot explain.
Yeah, but you can read this.
You need to go.
You can read this in any David Icke book or whatever. This is common. This is not common knowledge, but this is a main explanation which many people know and believe in. This is nothing new.
Yeah, but there's more to it. I cannot explain it because he needs to go, the host. So maybe some other time. Anyway, thanks for having me here, Joshua. As always.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. It was great.
Yeah.
Thanks. How do you say your name? Alias?
Alias, but of course, alias is an alias. So yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I enjoyed your conversation.
Joshua, can I ask you a question? How do the people know when the streams are? Do you announce them somewhere, or do they just pop up?
Usually just random, unless someone like contacts me and wants to talk one-on-one for a little bit. Then yeah. So
there's no
if you ever
schedule.
want to do that, just you can email me and we can set something up, or just watch out for a notification. I could go live any second, any day. Who knows?
Anyway, I'm out. Thanks for having me here, and Elias, have a good day, man. You too, Joshua.
You too.
Take care.
Yeah, you too. Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sure.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this topic is very important. So, I mean, this is great conversation to like get thinking about. And yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with what you were saying about the whole reverse psychology thing, because that's what I thought of. It's like, if they play both sides, why would they not play both sides?
Yeah, not or 3 sides or 4 sides.
Yeah,
but
10 sides, a million sides.
Yeah, the basic point I wanted to illustrate, which I couldn't reach because he wanted to go in more into Christianity discussion, was that I think even if we can't know anything through through our senses or our senses even in the dream, that this doesn't mean that we can't know nothing, but because I think we can know ethics.
That's true.
We can,
Yeah.
and this is a lot, because then we can know that having to dream every night is wrong, having pain receptors is wrong. This is an archimedical point where you can destroy the whole worldview of nearly everybody around you with just sticking to true ethics. Contrary to popular belief, ethics is the most solid thing and the only thing kind of we have in this world as a Molotov cocktail against whatever this is. Bringing children into this world without their consent, even if this world would be perfect, would be wrong. And the people in the NDEs who give you this live review, who the fuck are they to tell you anything? And this rejection comes from proper ethics. So, and I think these are very basic points which are not discussed in the Soul Trap research community at all. And I'm astonished by that.
Yeah. The rebellious meat puppet talks about it a lot. I try my best to live by it, but in this world, it's an evil world, and like I say, like, no matter what you do or don't do, you're going to cause suffering, whether you are aware of it or not. Just the mere fact that you're existing, something else is suffering for your existence. And that goes really deep the deeper you look into it. Like everything you do in your daily life, you needed some sort of slavery to bring it to you. Something had to die for you to get what you have right now. Even us talking on the computer, online, how many animals, how many plants, how many people had to, destroy and get the materials and enslave others to make it, and us to be enslaved to be able to buy it. It's like, it's a never-ending, just fuck your ethics. To survive in this world, you have to be evil. You have to accept it. And if you say, I don't want to participate, they're like, well, you have to. But you do your best anyways. But
you can. I mean, for example, today I found a snail, and I killed the snail quickly and efficiently. So I think I saved the snail. If the snail is actually real and can feel pain, I saved. I spared the snail a lot of suffering. And you can do this. You can help. You can help children who are bullied. So it's not just negative, but of course. There's a necessarily negative part, but the buck stops with them. They set it up, not us. But the moment we identify more than we have to, for example, when we eat meat or animal products, when we in the Western world don't have to, then we kind of give them permission to do the same thing with us because we agree to the principle. This is what I try to say with the Archon analogy. And I think if they rely on emotional blackmail, which they seem to do in the NDEs, then this is fucking dangerous.
Yeah, I can see that. Very true. On that note, though, I gotta go wrap this up and get ready for bed. But thanks for being on here, and you're welcome anytime. We can talk more about that next time.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Right. Well, thanks everyone for being here. I'm gonna have to go. Hope you all do the best you can. I don't know what to say. Here's some positive platitude. All is well. All is love. Yeah, but really, I hope everyone does the best they can to not suffer as much as they want us to. All right. With that said, good night.